Tonight, we turn our attention to a question that has lingered beneath the Commonwealth for centuries. Not a mystery defined by danger, but by absence, depth, and time. Beyond the ruins of war and industry, there are places that were never meant to be understood, only uncovered. Dunwich stands as one of them. Layered beneath stone, water, and forgotten labor lies evidence of something older than the bombs, older than the city above it. As you rest, allow the noise of the surface to fade. We will move slowly downward, through history and silence, toward a structure that remains unexplained. Long before the Commonwealth became a scarred landscape of ruins and radiation, it existed as a place shaped by depth, not only the depth of time, measured in centuries and eras, but physical depth as well. Beneath the streets of Boston, beneath the foundations of pre-war buildings and the reinforced concrete of military installations, there is another Commonwealth layered quietly below the one that appears on the surface. This deeper world is composed of bedrock, caverns, ancient fault lines, and spaces that were never intended to be entered by modern civilization. The land itself carries a memory that predates human settlement. Long before the first roads were paved or the first buildings raised, glaciers carved the terrain, pressure reshaped stone, and water moved patiently through fractures in the earth. These processes left behind voids, tunnels, and hollow spaces that would later attract human attention, not because they were understood, but because they were there. The Commonwealth was never a flat or simple region. It was a layered environment, where the past was always beneath one's feet, unseen but present. When pre-war engineers surveyed the land for development, they catalogued soil density, rock stability, and mineral deposit. Their measurements were practical, focused on construction and extraction rather than curiosity. Yet even these early surveys recorded irregularities, unusual rock formations, subterranean voids that did not conform to expected geological models, areas where drilling equipment behaved unpredictably, encountering resistance where none was anticipated, or empty space where solid stone should have been. Such anomalies were rarely investigated further. The Commonwealth was a place of rapid expansion and industrial optimism. If the land resisted explanation, it was easier to work around it than to slow progress in search of answers. Roads were redirected, buildings reinforced, excavations postponed or quietly abandoned. The surface world continued to grow, while the deeper layers remained undisturbed, accumulating silence rather than scrutiny. This pattern repeated across generations. Indigenous histories faded. Colonial settlements reshaped the landscape. Industrialization buried older foundations beneath factories and rail lines. Each era built upon the last, compressing the physical record of the past into tighter and tighter layers. What could not be removed was sealed beneath concrete and steel. What could not be explained was left alone. By the time the pre-war Commonwealth reached its technological height, the distance between surface life and the land beneath it had grown vast. People moved through the city without considering what lay below. Subways tunneled through rock without question. Utility corridors cut across older strata without pause. The assumption was simple. If something existed beneath the surface, it was either inert or irrelevant. Yet there were places where this assumption failed. Certain sites resisted easy classification. Their depth extended beyond utility tunnels. Their stone differed from surrounding formations. Their internal spaces appeared ordered rather than accidental. These locations were not widespread, but they were consistent enough to attract attention from industries that specialized in excavation. Mining companies, quarry operators, and construction firms learned that some areas of the Commonwealth produced unusual results when disturbed. Dunwich was one such place. Before it was named, before machinery arrived, the land sat quietly among forests and rock. It did not announce itself. There were no visible ruins rising above ground, no monuments or markers to suggest significance. The surface appeared ordinary, even unremarkable. It was the kind of land that would attract industry, not because it was strange, but because it appeared suitable for use. What lay beneath, however, belonged to a much older layer of the Commonwealth, a layer untouched by roads, untouched by zoning plans, untouched by history as it was commonly understood. Whatever had shaped that underground space had done so with intent, yet without leaving a clear record of purpose or authorship. The deeper one moves into the earth, the less reliable surface history becomes. Dates blur. Cultural assumptions lose relevance. The land does not follow human timelines. It records pressure and movement rather than names and events. In such spaces, the difference between natural formation and constructed environment becomes difficult to define, especially when the construction itself predates known civilizations. This is the context in which Dunwich must be understood, not as an isolated mystery, but as part of a broader pattern, a reminder that the Commonwealth was never solely a product of modern industry or post-war survival. It existed long before vaults were planned, long before corporations carved their logos into steel, long before bombs erased the skyline. The surface world tends to frame history as linear, a sequence of progress, collapse, and rebuilding, but the land beneath tells a different story, one of repetition, burial, and endurance. Structures can vanish without collapsing. Spaces can remain intact without being maintained. Time passes, yet certain forms persist unchanged, protected not by design, but by depth. In the years leading up to the Great War, interest in subterranean spaces increased. Resource scarcity pushed industries to dig deeper. As surface deposits were exhausted, attention turned downward. What had once been avoided became valuable. Excavation was no longer optional, it was necessary. In this shift, the deeper Commonwealth began to re-emerge, not as a subject of study, but as an obstacle to be overcome. Tunnels were cut into rock that resisted tools. Chambers were breached that had never been exposed to air. Water flowed into spaces that had remained dry for ages. Each act of excavation altered an environment that had existed unchanged for longer than human memory. Most of these disturbances went unnoticed. They were localized, technical, and easily explained away. But in rare cases, the act of digging revealed spaces that did not align with expectations. Rooms that were not random, passages that curved deliberately, stone surfaces that bore signs of shaping without leaving evidence of conventional tools. These spaces did not announce their origin. They did not explain themselves. They simply existed. The deeper Commonwealth does not offer answers willingly. It offers continuity. It reminds those who encounter it that the land has been used, shaped, and altered by forces that did not record their actions in languages or archives. Whatever existed before the modern Commonwealth did not leave behind a history meant to be read. It left behind environments meant to endure. As the pre-war world expanded downward, it began to intersect with these older layers, sometimes by accident, sometimes by persistence. In doing so, it exposed a question that had no place in corporate reports or engineering diagrams. Not what was being built, but what had already been there. Dunwich was not created by the Commonwealth, it was revealed by it. And in that revelation, the deeper history of the land quietly resurfaced, unchanged by human ambition, waiting beneath layers of stone and time. Names tend to arrive after events rather than before them. They are applied once something has already taken shape, once a place has been used, observed, or remembered long enough to require identification. In the Commonwealth, many names followed this pattern. Streets were named after founders, buildings after benefactors, districts after functions they served. Yet some names appear to have no clear origin, no recorded moment of assignment, and no explanation that survives into the present. Dunwich is one of them. The name appears without ceremony in pre-war documents. It does not announce itself as symbolic or ceremonial. It is used plainly, as though its meaning were already understood by those who wrote it down. Corporate filings reference Dunwich borers without elaboration. Transportation routes mark Dunwich as a destination rather than a discovery. The name exists fully formed, carrying no footnotes and offering no justification for its presence. There is no known individual named Dunwich recorded in Commonwealth industrial history, no prominent family, no corporate founder, no landowner whose legacy would naturally be preserved through naming rights. The absence is notable not because names are rare, but because most can be traced. In earlier eras, names were often inherited. Settlements adopted words from languages no longer spoken. Rivers carried designations older than the maps that recorded them. Places retained sounds whose meanings had eroded over time. Dunwich may belong to this category, a word passed down rather than invented, retained because it already existed in the landscape of speech. What makes Dunwich distinct is not simply that its origin is unknown, but that it recurs. The name does not appear once and vanish. It surfaces in different regions, attached to sites that share characteristics rather than histories. Each Dunwich location occupies ground that behaves differently from its surroundings. Each carries reports of disorientation, structural irregularity, and a sense of age that exceeds visible construction. The repetition suggests that Dunwich is not a commemorative label. It does not celebrate a person or event. It identifies something else, possibly a category rather than a place, possibly a designation applied to locations that fit criteria no longer remembered. In the Commonwealth, language was shaped by efficiency. Pre-war institutions valued clarity and function. Names were chosen to be marketable, memorable, or descriptive. Dunwich fits none of these conventions. It does not indicate location. It does not describe purpose. It offers no reassurance of safety or productivity. It is neutral to the point of obscurity. Yet, it persisted. When Dunwich Borers was established, the name was not questioned. It was accepted by workers, regulators, and administrators alike. No records suggest a debate over branding or renaming. This implies familiarity. Either the name predated the operation, or it carried enough implicit recognition that altering it seemed unnecessary. In some cases, names survive because they are easier to leave untouched than to explain. Changing a name invites questions. Leaving it in place allows ambiguity to remain unexamined. Dunwich may have endured through quiet convenience rather than deliberate intent. There are older linguistic echoes that complicate the matter further. In languages that once influenced colonial naming practices, words similar in structure to Dunwich often denoted settlements near water, crossings, or low ground. Yet Dunwich Borers does not align neatly with these definitions. It sits neither on a riverbank nor at a trade junction. Its location serves no obvious strategic purpose beyond what lies beneath it. This disconnect suggests that the name may not describe the surface at all. It may instead refer to what cannot be seen, a word applied to a place because of what was known, sensed, or experienced there rather than what was built upon it. Over time, names detach from their meanings. They become sounds rather than statements. People use them without understanding, and eventually without curiosity. Dunwich reached this stage long before the Great War. It was spoken without emphasis, written without explanation, and accepted without investigation. This quiet acceptance mirrors how the Commonwealth treated many of its deeper spaces. If something existed without interfering with progress, it was left alone. If a name functioned without causing confusion, it was retained. Meaning was optional, as long as utility remained intact. Yet the name Dunwich carries a weight that utility alone cannot explain. Those who encountered the site often described a sense of familiarity paired with unease, as though the word itself carried expectations that were not consciously formed. The sound of it lingered. It did not demand attention, but it did not fade easily either. In oral histories gathered after the war, survivors occasionally referred to Dunwich with a lowered voice, not out of fear, but out of habit. The name was treated as something that did not belong fully to the present. It was mentioned as one might mention weather or terrain, a condition rather than a location. The persistence of the name across time suggests that it functioned as a marker, not of ownership, but of recognition, a way of indicating that a place had already been identified long before official records attempted to define it. If Dunwich was inherited, then the question shifts. Not who named it, but who first needed to. Someone encountered something there that required differentiation from the surrounding land. Someone decided that this place was not like the others, and that it deserved a name that would endure even after its meaning was lost. Names often outlast civilizations. They survive wars, migrations, and cultural collapse. They drift forward, carrying fragments of older realities embedded in sound. Dunwich may be one such fragment, a linguistic fossil preserved not in stone, but in usage. By the time machines arrived and tunnels were cut into the ground, the name had already done its work. It had marked the site as distinct without explaining why. Those who followed inherited the designation without inheriting the understanding behind it. In this way, Dunwich did not need to announce its significance. The name itself functioned as a quiet warning, or perhaps simply a reminder that the land beneath the Commonwealth had been noticed before, that it had been categorized, remembered, and passed down, even as the reasons faded from collective memory. The deeper meaning of Dunwich remains inaccessible not because it was hidden, but because it was never recorded in a form meant to last. What remains is the word itself, unchanged, attached to a place that continues to resist explanation, a name without an origin, identifying a location whose history extends beyond the reach of written time. Before excavation reshaped the land and machinery cut into the stone, the area that would later be called Dunwich existed in quiet isolation. It was not marked by roads or settlements, nor was it recognized as a place of importance by those who lived nearby. Forests grew undisturbed above it. Seasonal water flowed across its surface and vanished into the soil. Animals moved through the area without hesitation, following patterns established long before human presence altered the Commonwealth's terrain. There were no visible ruins, no stone structures rose above the ground, no signs suggested that the land concealed anything other than ordinary bedrock and mineral deposits. To an observer walking across the surface, Dunwich would have appeared unremarkable, one stretch of earth among many. Its significance was not written in what could be seen, but in what lay below, beyond the reach of casual inspection. Long before pre-war corporations surveyed the site, the land had already been shaped by forces older than human history. Geological pressure had folded stone layers into unnatural alignments. Water had carved channels that did not follow predictable paths. In certain areas, the ground resisted erosion, while in others it gave way more easily than surrounding terrain. These inconsistencies were subtle, detectable only through prolonged observation or systematic study. Early geological surveys conducted in the Commonwealth often prioritized efficiency over curiosity. The goal was to identify usable land, not to interpret anomalies. When surveyors passed over the future Dunwich site, they recorded variations in density and composition, but these differences were catalogued rather than questioned. The land was stable enough to support development. That was sufficient. Yet even in these early records, patterns emerge. Notes referencing unusual readings appear clustered around the same coordinates. Equipment occasionally returned inconsistent data. Subsurface scans suggested voids that could not be easily mapped. None of this halted progress. The anomalies were minor enough to be attributed to natural variation, the kind of irregularity expected in an ancient and complex geological region. What makes Dunwich distinct is not that these anomalies existed, but that they formed a coherent whole. Taken individually, each irregularity could be explained away. Taken together, they suggested structure rather than randomness. This was not immediately obvious. It became apparent only in hindsight, once excavation revealed spaces that had not been formed by chance. Before that moment, the land existed in a state of quiet persistence. It did not draw attention. It did not intrude upon human activity. It remained unused not because it was forbidden or feared, but because there was no reason to use it. The absence of settlement was not the result of avoidance, but of indifference. Over time, oral traditions emerged among nearby communities. Though they were vague and inconsistent, some spoke of the ground as unreliable, not in the sense of collapse, but in the sense of orientation. People reported becoming briefly disoriented when passing through the area, losing track of time or direction without clear cause. These accounts were infrequent and rarely repeated. They were treated as coincidence rather than warning. In agrarian terms, the land was unexceptional. It supported vegetation without difficulty. Crops grew as expected. Livestock did not avoid it. There were no obvious signs of contamination or danger. This normalcy allowed the deeper irregularities to remain concealed. Nothing about the surface demanded explanation. The absence of visible significance is a recurring theme in places that later reveal deeper histories. What lies beneath often remains undisturbed precisely because it does not announce itself. In this way, Dunwich followed a familiar pattern. It waited. When industrial interest eventually turned toward the area, it did so for practical reasons. The Commonwealth's expanding economy required raw materials. Mining operations sought new sites where extraction could proceed efficiently. The land at Dunwich appeared suitable. It was accessible, structurally sound, and largely unused. There were no settlements to displace, no infrastructure to reroute. The decision to excavate was not driven by curiosity about what lay beneath, but by the assumption that nothing unusual existed there. The land was chosen because it seemed empty. In this assumption, the surface view of Dunwich aligned perfectly with corporate expectations. It was a blank slate. This blankness, however, was an illusion created by depth. Whatever had shaped the underground spaces did so in a manner that left the surface untouched. There were no collapsed entrances, no exposed corridors, no markers to indicate human or non-human activity. The structures below had been sealed by time and geology, preserved not by design, but by isolation. It is possible that those who first encountered the deeper spaces understood this distinction instinctively, that they recognized the difference between a natural cavern and a constructed chamber. But such recognition requires context, and context was absent. The pre-war world did not expect to find ancient construction beneath its feet, especially in a region defined by modern industry and recent history. As excavation began, the first layers removed offered nothing to challenge these assumptions. Soil gave way to rock. Rock gave way to deeper strata. Machinery functioned as intended. Progress was steady. It was only after reaching a certain depth that the land began to resist interpretation. At that point, Dunwich ceased to be ordinary. But before excavation, before documentation, before the site acquired industrial significance, it existed as a place defined by quiet continuity. It was not built upon because there was no reason to build. It was not studied because there was no reason to study. It was not avoided because there was nothing to fear. This long period of apparent insignificance is essential to understanding what followed. Dunwich was not a place discovered through intent or exploration. It was encountered by accident, revealed through disruption rather than inquiry. The deeper structures did not emerge because someone sought them. They emerged because the surface was disturbed. In this sense, Dunwich was never hidden. It was simply left alone. The absence of pre-war recognition was not a failure of observation, but a consequence of how humans interact with the land. What does not interfere is ignored. What does not demand attention is left unexamined. Before it was a mine, before it carried a name associated with industry or unease, Dunwich was simply land, quiet, stable, and unassuming. It carried within it the imprint of a time that left no surface trace. a place shaped long ago, waiting without intention for the moment when human activity would finally intersect with what had always been there. The decision to excavate at Dunwich emerged from a familiar pre-war pattern. As surface resources diminished and industrial demand increased, attention turned toward locations that had previously been overlooked. The Commonwealth's economy depended on extraction. Metals, stone, and rare minerals were required to sustain manufacturing, construction, and military contracts that expanded year after year. What lay beneath the ground was viewed not as history, but as inventory. Dunwich appeared at the right time. Its location was accessible, its surface unclaimed, and its geological surveys suggested the presence of valuable material at workable depths. There was no cultural significance attached to the land, no protected status, and no competing interests that might complicate development. From an administrative perspective, it was ideal. Permits were approved with little discussion. Environmental assessments noted nothing out of the ordinary. Plans moved forward efficiently, guided by confidence in both technology and process. The company that would become known as Dunwich Borers approached the project as a standard operation. Equipment was transported to the site. Temporary structures were erected to support workers and machinery. Roads were cut through forested areas to allow for transport. The landscape began to change, not dramatically, but incrementally, as it had at countless other extraction sites throughout the Commonwealth. Initial excavation followed expected procedures. Surface layers were cleared. Drilling equipment penetrated soil and rock with predictable resistance. Early cores showed mineral composition consistent with regional models. Progress reports reflected routine optimism. Productivity met projections. There was no indication that the site would deviate from established norms. As operations extended downward, the first signs of irregularity appeared, though they were subtle enough to be dismissed. Drill bits dulled faster than anticipated. Certain sections required recalibration more frequently than others. Engineers adjusted parameters and continued. Such issues were common in deep excavation and rarely suggested deeper significance. It was only when excavation reached a particular depth that the site began to behave in ways that resisted easy explanation. Machinery encountered sudden voids where solid stone was expected. These spaces were not uniform caverns or fractures. They appeared shaped, bounded by surfaces that did not match the randomness of natural formations. Initial assessments attributed these findings to unusual erosion patterns or ancient geological activity. Operations did not pause. The pre-war industrial mindset favored resolution through persistence. If equipment failed, it was replaced. If measurements conflicted, they were averaged. The assumption remained that all irregularities could be reconciled within existing frameworks of understanding. As deeper levels were opened, workers began to report experiences that fell outside standard safety documentation. Some described difficulty judging distance underground. Others spoke of a sense that tunnels extended farther than maps indicated. These accounts were informal, shared between shifts rather than logged officially. They were treated as the byproducts of fatigue, isolation, and long hours spent below ground. Management responded by reinforcing protocols rather than questioning assumptions. Lighting was adjusted. Break schedules were modified. Supervisors were instructed to monitor morale. The focus remained on output. Whatever lay beneath Dunwich was approached as a logistical challenge, not a conceptual one. Yet the excavation itself began to reveal patterns that did not align with industrial purpose. Certain spaces opened into chambers too regular to be accidental. Angles repeated. Surfaces bore markings inconsistent with drill contact. These features were initially concealed by debris and water, visible only briefly as sections were cleared. Photographs taken during these moments were filed among routine records, labeled without emphasis. At no point during this early phase did the company consider the possibility that it was intersecting with something constructed rather than excavated. The pre-war worldview did not readily accommodate such ideas. Ancient structures beneath a modern city belonged to myth or distant continents, not to the Commonwealth. History, as it was understood, did not extend downward in this way. As the mine expanded, water intrusion became a recurring issue. Pumps were installed to manage flooding, yet water levels fluctuated unpredictably. In some areas, water receded without intervention. In others, it returned despite reinforced barriers. These inconsistencies complicated mapping efforts and obscured the full extent of what had been uncovered. Records from this period reflect growing frustration rather than curiosity. Engineers documented delays. Accountants noted rising costs. Executives expressed concern about timelines. The irregularities were framed as obstacles to be overcome rather than discoveries to be examined. There was little incentive to slow progress in pursuit of understanding. This approach shaped the relationship between the company and the site. Dunwich was treated as a resource resisting extraction, not as a location revealing information. The deeper the excavation went, the more effort was expended on forcing the environment to conform to expectations rather than adjusting expectations to match observations. Workers continued to descend into spaces that no longer resembled conventional mines. Tunnels intersected at angles that served no functional purpose. Chambers opened into voids that did not align with any known geological process. Yet the operation persisted, driven by momentum and investment rather than clarity. It was during this phase that the mine's atmosphere began to change in ways difficult to quantify. Reports of disorientation increased. Some workers described hearing sounds not associated with machinery or water. Others experienced brief lapses in memory, unable to recall specific actions performed underground. These incidents were sporadic and varied, lacking the consistency required to prompt formal investigation. Company leadership remained focused on maintaining productivity. Any acknowledgement of deeper issues risked scrutiny from regulators or investors. The decision to continue was reinforced by the absence of immediate danger. There were no collapses, no widespread injuries, no catastrophic failures. The mine functioned, albeit imperfectly. As excavation advanced, the distinction between natural and artificial space blurred. The mine no longer followed the logic of extraction alone. It became entangled with structures that did not respond predictably to industrial methods. Walls resisted removal, floors extended beyond mapped boundaries, depth ceased to correspond neatly with distance. Despite these challenges, the operation did not cease. The pre-war era was defined by confidence in human capability and technological mastery. If something existed underground, it could be controlled, understood, or removed. The idea that there might be limits to this mastery was not easily entertained. The excavation at Dunwich continued under these assumptions. Each new chamber was documented and then altered to suit operational needs. Passages were widened, supports were installed, water was redirected. In the process, original features were obscured, fragmented, or destroyed without recognition of their potential significance. By the time management began to take personal interest in the site, much of what had been uncovered was already altered beyond recognition. The deeper structures had been exposed only briefly before being reshaped to accommodate machinery and workflow. What remained visible did so by chance rather than intention. This period marked a turning point, not because the company understood what it had found, but because it had reached a depth where conventional explanations no longer sufficed. The mine had ceased to behave like a mine, yet it continued to be treated as one. In this way, the early excavation of Dunwich established the conditions for everything that followed. The site was approached without context, without caution, and without historical awareness. What lay beneath was not invited into understanding, it was forced into productivity. The act of excavation did not reveal Dunwitch's origins. It disrupted them. It transformed a sealed environment into an active one, altering dynamics that had remained stable for an immeasurable span of time. The consequences of this disturbance were not immediate. They unfolded gradually, accumulating unnoticed beneath layers of corporate routine and industrial noise. By the time the mine's deeper nature could no longer be ignored, the opportunity to observe it undisturbed had already passed. The excavation had done what it was designed to do. It had opened the ground. In doing so, it had brought the pre-war world into contact with something that did not belong to its history, its expectations, or its understanding. The land had been quiet for a long time. When it was finally cut open, it did not resist through force or collapse. It resisted through disorientation, ambiguity, and silence. And those qualities, once introduced into the operation, would prove far more difficult to manage than any material obstacle the company had anticipated. As excavation continued beyond the depths originally planned, the mine began to reveal spaces that could no longer be reconciled with standard geological models. These were not broad caverns formed by erosion, nor narrow fissures created by shifting rock. They were enclosed chambers, bounded by surfaces that appeared intentionally shaped. Their dimensions followed patterns, their angles repeated. The stone itself bore edges that suggested division rather than fracture. At first, these features were encountered indirectly. Drilling equipment would suddenly lose resistance, breaking through into empty space. The sudden absence of pressure caused machines to lurch forward, startling operators and damaging tools. When crews stabilized the area and cleared debris, they found voids where none should have existed. The surrounding rock showed no signs of collapse. The spaces appeared stable, as though they had been waiting. Engineers documented these findings cautiously. Reports described irregular voids and anomalous chambers, using language that emphasized uncertainty without drawing conclusions. The possibility of undiscovered natural caverns was noted, though the shapes did not align with known formations common to the region. Limestone caverns, lava tubes, and fault-related hollows followed predictable patterns. These spaces did not. The chambers were often positioned just beyond planned tunnel routes, as though excavation had narrowly missed them until chance intervened. In some cases, walls separating the mine from these spaces were thinner than expected, suggesting that previous layers of stone had been removed or altered long before modern tools arrived. Yet there was no evidence of recent human activity, no debris piles, no tool marks recognizable as pre-war or industrial. Lighting revealed more questions than answers. The stone surfaces reflected light unevenly, absorbing it in some areas while scattering it in others. Textures varied within the same chamber, shifting from rough to smooth without transitional wear. In certain places, the walls curved gently, following arcs too consistent to be random, yet too subtle to serve any obvious structural purpose. Mapping these spaces proved difficult. Measurements taken at one time did not always match those taken later. Distances seemed to change depending on the route used. Survey teams attributed these discrepancies to equipment error or environmental conditions. Instruments were recalibrated. Methods were adjusted. The inconsistencies persisted. As additional chambers were uncovered, patterns emerged that troubled even the most pragmatic observers. The spaces were arranged vertically as well as horizontally, forming layers that did not correspond to the mine's progression. Some chambers appeared above or below others without clear connecting passages. Others were linked by corridors that narrowed or widened unpredictably, as though shaped without regard for efficient movement. These corridors did not lead toward resource-rich areas. They did not follow veins of ore or lines of weakness in the rock. Instead, they curved gently, sometimes looping back toward themselves before terminating abruptly. Their endpoints did not collapse into rubble. They ended cleanly, as though completion rather than interruption defined their limits. Water intrusion complicated further exploration. Some chambers were partially flooded, their lower sections submerged in dark, still pools. Pumping efforts altered water levels temporarily, but the changes did not behave as expected. In others, it vanished entirely, leaving behind damp stone that dried too quickly to be explained by ventilation alone. The presence of water obscured features that might otherwise have been examined more closely. Silt settled over stone surfaces, blurring lines and edges. Reflections distorted perception, making it difficult to distinguish depth from surface. Workers reported that time seemed to pass differently in flooded areas, though such statements were never formalized. They remained part of informal conversation, exchanged quietly between shifts. As more of these spaces were exposed, the language used to describe them shifted. The chambers were not framed as discoveries, but as complications. They slowed progress. They required reinforcement. They disrupted planned routes. Their existence was acknowledged only insofar as it affected productivity. Yet the persistence of these spaces made complete avoidance impossible. Each attempt to redirect excavation eventually encountered another void, another chamber that defied expectation. It became clear that the irregularities were not isolated. They formed a network, extending beyond the immediate footprint of the mine. At this stage, some supervisors began to question assumptions quietly. If these were natural formations, why were they so consistently structured? If they were remnants of earlier activity, why did they not match any known construction methods? There were no signs of habitation, no waste, no artifacts that could be classified within established historical frameworks. These questions remained unvoiced in official channels. The company's mandate did not include archaeological investigation. There were no protocols for halting operations due to unexplained structures unless safety was compromised. And safety, as defined by regulations, remained intact. The chambers did not collapse. The walls did not crumble. The mine remained operational. Workers adapted to the presence of these spaces in practical ways. Routes were adjusted. Chambers were reinforced or partially filled to stabilize equipment paths. Some voids were sealed off entirely, marked on maps as restricted zones. The reasoning was logistical rather than cautious. These areas interfered with workflow. They did not warrant deeper examination. Over time, the accumulation of sealed chambers created a patchwork beneath the mine. Some spaces remained accessible. Others were buried again beneath layers of concrete and steel. The original shapes were altered, intersected by supports and barriers that obscured their form. What had once been coherent structures became fragmented by necessity. Despite these alterations, certain features resisted modification. Walls that could not be removed without extraordinary effort were left in place. Floors that extended beyond planned boundaries remained unexplored. These decisions were framed as cost-saving measures rather than acknowledgements of limitation. In rare instances, crews worked within chambers that retained much of their original form. These spaces were often quieter than surrounding tunnels, as though insulated from vibration. Machinery sounded distant there. Voices carried differently, echoing in ways that made it difficult to locate their source. Such effects were noted casually, often dismissed as acoustics. The more experienced workers began to recognize these areas instinctively. They spoke of them not as specific locations, but as types of space. Places where time felt extended, places where orientation required more effort. These observations were never codified. They existed as shared understanding rather than formal knowledge. The company's documentation from this period reflects growing unease without clarity. Reports became more conservative, language softened. Rather than describing new chambers in detail, summaries focused on their impact on schedules and budgets. The structures themselves receded into the background of administrative concern, yet the mine could not escape them entirely. The deeper excavation went, the more frequently these spaces appeared. They were not confined to a single depth or direction. They existed throughout the lower reaches, interwoven with the mine's own tunnels. What troubled some observers most was the sense that excavation did not create access to these spaces so much as interrupt them. The mine did not seem to be carving new voids. It seemed to be intruding into an environment that already existed, altering it by presence rather than discovery. There was no single moment when this realization took hold. It emerged gradually, shaped by repeated exposure and quiet observation. Each one insufficient to prompt re-evaluation. Together, they formed a pattern that could not be fully ignored. The irregularities were no longer anomalies, they were features. At this point, the mine's relationship with the site shifted subtly. Dunwich was no longer simply resisting extraction. It was revealing complexity beyond the company's capacity to define. The excavation had reached a threshold where further progress required not just effort, but interpretation. Yet interpretation was not the company's purpose. Faced with ambiguity, the operation defaulted to routine. The spaces were categorized as problematic geology. Solutions were engineered, work continued. In doing so, the mine layered modern structures over something far older, masking its original coherence behind scaffolding and reinforced walls. The deeper network remained partially intact, but its contours were increasingly obscured by industrial intervention. The first depth anomalies were not dramatic revelations. They did not announce a hidden civilization or an ancient builder. They simply refused to behave as expected. Their quiet persistence challenged assumptions without offering alternatives. These spaces did not threaten collapse. They did not present danger in conventional terms. Instead, they introduced uncertainty into an environment built on predictability. And in an industry that depended on control, uncertainty was the most disruptive element of all. The mine adapted by narrowing its focus. Rather than asking what these spaces were, it concentrated on what they were not. They were not immediately useful. They were not easily removable. They were not worth halting operations over. In this narrowing, something essential was lost. The opportunity to observe the structures as they were, undisturbed by reinforcement and alteration, faded with each passing shift. What remained accessible did so by chance rather than intention. The first depth anomalies marked the moment when Dunwich ceased to be merely a mining site and became something else entirely. Not a mystery to be solved, but an environment that could not be fully assimilated into industrial logic. The deeper the excavation went, the more apparent this became. And though the company continued to treat these findings as obstacles, the land beneath Dunwich had already begun to assert a different kind of presence. One defined not by resistance or collapse, but by quiet deviation from everything that was expected to be found underground. As work continued within the deeper levels of the mine, attention gradually shifted away from the stone itself and toward the people moving through it. The physical irregularities were difficult, but manageable. Equipment could be replaced, routes could be reinforced. What proved harder to account for were the subtle effects the environment appeared to have on those working within it. At first, these effects were minor and easily dismissed. Workers reported losing track of time during long shifts, a common occurrence in underground labor where natural light is absent and routines blur together. Others mentioned emerging from the mine feeling unusually fatigued or disoriented, though such sensations were hardly unique to Dunwich. Long hours, confined spaces, and repetitive labor produced similar complaints across the Commonwealth. What distinguished Dunwich was the consistency with which these reports clustered around certain depths. Crews assigned to the lower levels described experiences that went beyond ordinary exhaustion. Some found it difficult to recall the precise sequence of tasks they had completed during a shift. Others were surprised to discover that more time had passed than they believed. Clocks confirmed the discrepancy, yet the sensation of elapsed time did not align with memory. These incidents were not dramatic. No one collapsed. No one panicked. The effects manifested quietly, often noticed only after a shift had ended. A worker would surface, glance at a watch, and remark that the day had gone faster than expected. Another would struggle to recount the details of a routine operation that should have been familiar. These moments passed without escalation, filed away as curiosities rather than warnings. As reports accumulated, patterns began to emerge. Disorientation was more common near flooded chambers and enclosed spaces with limited visibility. Memory lapses occurred most frequently after work, conducted near sealed corridors or irregular chambers. Orientation difficulties increased in areas where the mine intersected with older structures, though these correlations were rarely formalized. Supervisors attributed these effects to environmental stressors, poor air circulation, inconsistent lighting, the psychological impact of working in unfamiliar spaces. Adjustments were made accordingly. Lighting systems were upgraded, ventilation was improved, shift lengths were reduced in certain areas. These measures alleviated some symptoms, but did not eliminate them entirely. Workers continued to adapt. They developed informal strategies to compensate for lapses in perception. Some marked tunnel walls to confirm their path. Others began keeping personal notes, recording tasks completed during a shift to compensate for unreliable recall. These practices were not mandated. They emerged organically, shared between individuals who recognized similar difficulties in one another. In quiet conversations, workers compared experiences. They spoke of moments when the mine felt larger than it appeared on maps, of corridors that seemed to stretch farther on return trips than on descent, of sounds that felt displaced, echoing from directions that did not match their source. These observations were rarely framed as fear. They were spoken of matter-of-factly, as peculiarities of a difficult job. Time perception proved especially unreliable. Some workers described entering a chamber for what felt like a brief inspection, only to emerge after an hour had passed. Others experienced the opposite, believing they had worked for hours when records showed only minutes had elapsed. These discrepancies were unsettling not because they were extreme, but because they were inconsistent. There was no stable baseline against which to measure experience. Company records from this period include scattered notes referencing confusion and fatigue, though none draw direct conclusions. Medical evaluations found no signs of illness or injury. Psychological assessments suggested stress and monotony as likely causes. The possibility that the environment itself might be influencing perception was not formally considered. Part of this reluctance stemmed from the difficulty of defining the problem. There was no single symptom, no clear threshold where normal strain became abnormal. The effects were subtle, cumulative, and variable. They did not incapacitate workers. They did not produce obvious danger. They simply made the mine harder to understand from the inside. As excavation progressed, the sense of time distortion deepened for some individuals. Workers described moments when tasks felt disconnected from sequence, as though actions occurred without the usual continuity of cause and effect. A tool would be placed down, only to be found elsewhere without recollection of moving it. A conversation would be remembered without recalling how it ended. These gaps were small but persistent. Management responded by rotating crews more frequently, limiting exposure to the deepest areas. This reduced complaints temporarily, but introduced logistical complications. Productivity suffered. Experienced workers were replaced with less familiar ones, increasing the likelihood of error. The mine became more difficult to manage, not because of physical instability, but because the human element had grown unpredictable. Despite these challenges, operations continued. The effects were not severe enough to justify closure, and the absence of a clear cause made decisive action difficult. To acknowledge the environment as a source of distortion would have required confronting questions that had no practical answers. Over time, a division emerged between those who had worked in the deepest levels and those who had not. Veterans of the lower sections spoke with a quiet reserve. They did not dramatize their experiences. But they did not dismiss them either. They developed an awareness of certain areas, recognizing subtle shifts in atmosphere that newcomers could not perceive. These workers often avoided specific routes when possible, not out of fear, but out of familiarity. They knew which corridors felt longer than expected, which chambers produced a sense of detachment, which sections made concentration more difficult. This knowledge was passed down informally, through gestures and brief comments rather than formal instruction. The mind's internal culture adapted to these conditions without ever naming them. Jokes circulated about time moving differently underground. Comments about the mine having moods were made half-seriously. Such language provided a way to acknowledge shared experience without attributing cause or meaning. What troubled some observers was the lack of escalation. If these effects were the result of stress or environmental factors, they might be expected to intensify predictably. Instead, they fluctuated. Some days passed without incident. Others produced clusters of reports. There was no clear progression. This inconsistency made it easier to ignore the phenomenon. Without a pattern that demanded explanation, the mind could continue operating under the assumption that the effects were incidental. Yet the accumulation of small discrepancies created an atmosphere of uncertainty that was difficult to dispel. Timekeeping systems became increasingly important. Logs were cross-referenced. Clocks were synchronized more frequently. These measures provided external anchors, but did little to address the internal experience of those underground. The difference between recorded time and perceived time remained unresolved. In certain chambers, the sensation of depth seemed to intensify. Workers described feeling farther from the surface than maps indicated. The distance to exits felt extended, even when routes were familiar. This sensation was not accompanied by panic. It was more akin to a quiet awareness of separation, a recognition that the space operated under different conditions. Some individuals reported fleeting impressions of repetition, moments that felt as though they had occurred before, without clear memory of when. These impressions were brief and easily dismissed. They did not resemble hallucinations. They felt more like echoes, impressions without source. Medical staff remained unconcerned. No neurological abnormalities were detected. Cognitive function tests showed no decline. From a clinical perspective, the workers were healthy. Whatever they experienced did not fit established diagnostic categories. This lack of classification allowed the phenomenon to persist unexamined. Without a name or framework, it could not be addressed directly. It remained an undercurrent, influencing behavior without shaping policy. As months passed, the accumulation of these experiences began to affect decision-making subtly. Workers hesitated before entering certain areas. Supervisors adjusted assignments based on intuition rather than data. The mind's rhythm changed, not abruptly, but gradually, shaped by an unspoken understanding that some spaces required caution beyond what safety manuals prescribed. The mind itself seemed indifferent to these adaptations. It did not respond visibly to human presence. It did not collapse or retaliate. It simply remained, exerting an influence that was difficult to isolate or measure. In hindsight, these early distortions of time and perception marked a critical phase in the excavation. They represented the first sustained interaction between human consciousness and an environment that did not conform to modern assumptions. The stone did not merely resist tools, it altered experience. Yet at the time, these effects were not recognized as significant. They were folded into the background of industrial labor, overshadowed by schedules, budgets, and targets. The mind continued to expand, and with it, the exposure of workers to spaces that quietly undermined the certainty of perception. Dunwich did not announce its presence through violence or collapse. It revealed itself through subtle shifts, through moments where expectation failed to align with experience. The mind remained functional, the workers remained capable, but beneath that functionality, something had begun to loosen the relationship between time memory, and place. This loosening did not demand attention, it allowed itself to be overlooked, and in that allowance, it became part of the mind's daily reality, shaping behavior without ever becoming a subject of formal inquiry. As excavation reached its lower limits, water became an unavoidable presence. It did not arrive suddenly or violently. It seeped in gradually, collecting in depressions and unfinished corridors, settling into spaces that resisted complete drainage. Pumps were installed, barriers reinforced, and schedules adjusted, yet water remained a constant feature of the deepest levels. It marked a boundary that could be managed, but not eliminated. These flooded areas altered how the mind was experienced. Sound changed first. Machinery echoed differently near water, its vibrations softened and stretched. Footsteps produced unfamiliar rhythms as reflections overlapped with movement. Voices carried farther, then faded abruptly. Communication became less precise, requiring repetition and confirmation that had not been necessary in drier sections. Visibility followed a similar pattern. Light behaved unpredictably when reflected off still surfaces. Shadows appeared deeper, distances became harder to judge. Workers moving through partially submerged chambers found that familiar spatial cues were distorted, making even well-mapped routes feel unfamiliar. The water did not obscure the mine entirely, but it introduced ambiguity where certainty had once existed. The flooded sections also seemed to resist consistent mapping. Levels changed without clear cause. A chamber drained one day might be submerged the next, even when pumping systems remained unchanged. Engineers attributed this to unseen channels and shifting pressure, though no definitive explanation emerged. The water appeared to follow its own logic, responding imperfectly to human intervention. These submerged spaces marked a transition within the mine. Above them, excavations still followed recognizable patterns. Below them, the environment became less responsive to industrial control. The presence of water blurred the distinction between newly cut tunnels and older structures. Stone surfaces beneath the waterline appeared smoother, less affected by drilling, as though protected by prolonged isolation. Workers assigned to these areas described a distinct sensation upon entering flooded chambers. It was not fear, but awareness, the sense that movement required greater attention. That orientation depended more on memory than sight. Tasks that felt automatic elsewhere demanded conscious effort here. These changes were subtle, yet persistent enough to influence behavior. Time perception shifted further in these environments. The combination of low light, still water, and enclosed space seemed to stretch moments. Movements felt slower, though clocks did not reflect this change. Workers often emerged surprised by how much time had passed or how little. The presence of water seemed to amplify the distortions already noted in deeper sections. In some flooded chambers, equipment left unattended was later found displaced. Tools appeared closer to the water's edge than remembered. Debris shifted without visible cause. Such occurrences were attributed to currents or vibrations. Though no consistent flow patterns were identified, the water remained largely still, its surface unbroken except by human movement. Attempts to fully drain these chambers were met with limited success. Water levels receded temporarily, only to return. In some cases, pumping created new pathways for seepage, altering the distribution rather than eliminating the presence. The mine adapted by sealing off certain flooded areas, designating them as inactive zones. These sealed sections were not abandoned entirely. They remained accessible through reinforced barriers, visible through grates or narrow openings. Light from active tunnels reflected faintly off submerged stone, creating the impression of depth beyond reach. Workers passing these barriers often paused briefly, though there was no practical reason to do so. The water served as a divider between levels that could be controlled and those that could not. Above it, the mine functioned according to plan. Below it, excavation became increasingly tentative. Decisions were guided less by projection and more by immediate observation. The presence of water demanded caution without offering clear guidance. Over time, the flooded chambers acquired a quiet significance within the mind's internal culture. They were referenced indirectly, spoken of as lower zones rather than specific locations. Assignments to these areas were rotated more frequently. Experienced workers guided newcomers through initial exposure, offering practical advice without elaboration. The water also preserved features that might otherwise have been altered. Stone surfaces below the waterline retained their original contours. Edges remained sharp where drilling had not reached. In these submerged spaces, the mine intersected most directly with what had existed before excavation began. Some workers reported sensations of familiarity in these areas, not recognition of specific features, but a sense that the space had been encountered before, even when maps indicated otherwise. These impressions were fleeting and difficult to articulate. They did not resemble memory so much as alignment, a feeling of moving within a pattern already established. The stillness of the water contributed to this effect. Without visible movement, the chambers felt suspended, removed from the mind's constant activity. Machinery noise diminished. The rhythm of work slowed. In these moments, the separation between human presence and the surrounding environment became more pronounced. Management viewed the flooded sections pragmatically. They were obstacles to efficiency, sources of delay and expense. Decisions were made to limit interaction rather than deepen engagement. The deeper the water extended, the less incentive there was to push further. This retreat was gradual rather than decisive. Portions of the mine remained active near the waterline, while others were sealed and forgotten. The boundary shifted as conditions changed, creating a fluctuating frontier between controlled excavation and submerged unknown. In retrospect, these flooded chambers represented more than logistical challenges. They marked the point where the mine's expansion intersected with an environment that resisted full incorporation. The water did not destroy or conceal what lay beneath. It preserved it, maintaining separation while allowing partial exposure. The submerged spaces remained present, even when sealed. They continued to influence the mine indirectly, shaping routes and decisions. Workers learned to navigate around them, adapting to their presence without understanding their origin. The water acted as a veil rather than a barrier. It obscured detail without erasing form. It slowed movement without preventing access. It marked depth, not just in physical terms, but in experiential ones. As excavation progressed elsewhere, these flooded chambers remained unchanged. Their stillness contrasted with the constant alteration of surrounding tunnels. They did not respond to schedules or demands. They simply remained, holding within them structures that predated the mine and would likely outlast it. In this way, the submerged memory of Dunwich persisted beneath layers of stone and water. The mine moved around it, adapting its operations to accommodate what could not be removed. The water did not answer questions. It ensured that some would remain unasked. The deeper one descended, the clearer this became. Dunwich did not reveal itself all at once. It revealed itself in fragments, separated by depth, darkness, and water. Each flooded chamber marked another layer of history, intersected but not fully understood, preserved beneath the surface as excavation pressed onward elsewhere. As the mine's irregularities accumulated, attention from corporate leadership began to narrow toward the site itself. What had initially been a routine extraction operation had grown costly, complex, and resistant to standard oversight. Reports required review. Explanations were requested. Among those drawn increasingly into the mine's affairs was Richard Dunwich, a man whose name would become inseparable from the site, though his connection to it was neither straightforward nor easily defined. Richard Dunwich did not begin as an archaeologist or mystic. He was an executive shaped by pre-war industry, accustomed to managing assets rather than interpreting environments. His professional life had been built on efficiency, growth, and control. He understood extraction as a problem of logistics and capital, not as an encounter with history. When his involvement deepened, it did so not from curiosity, but from obligation. The mine was exceeding projected costs. Timelines slipped. Equipment losses mounted. These were matters that demanded executive attention. Dunwich's early communications reflect irritation rather than intrigue. He viewed the site as mismanaged, its difficulties the result of insufficient discipline or technical oversight. His initial visits underground were brief, focused on inspection rather than exploration. Yet even during these early descents, changes were noted. Dunwich spent longer underground than planned. Meetings were delayed. Schedules shifted subtly to accommodate his presence below. Associates remarked that he appeared distracted after returning to the surface, though he offered no explanation. These observations were informal, noted in conversation rather than record. As his visits continued, their purpose shifted. He began requesting access to areas that were no longer part of active extraction. Flooded chambers, sealed corridors, sections marked as inefficient or hazardous. These requests puzzled site supervisors, who struggled to justify the allocation of resources toward areas that produced no output. Dunwich insisted nonetheless. In his presence, the mine was approached differently. He did not issue orders to accelerate drilling or increase yield. Instead, he asked for maps. He requested measurements that had little relevance to extraction goals. His focus appeared to drift away from the surface metrics of productivity and toward the mine's internal layout. This shift did not go unnoticed. Engineers and managers attempted to provide answers, though many found themselves unable to articulate why certain spaces existed or how they connected. The mine's documentation had grown fragmented, shaped by years of adjustments and revisions. What began as a coherent plan had become layered with exceptions and sealed zone. Dunwich absorbed this information without comment. Over time, his visits became more frequent. He descended alone or with minimal accompaniment, preferring quiet observation to guided tours. He spent extended periods in the lower levels, sometimes standing motionless in chambers that served no practical function. Those who accompanied him reported that he spoke little during these moments, though his attention was focused. The change in his demeanor was gradual. Colleagues described him as increasingly withdrawn, less concerned with surface operations. Meetings were shortened. Decisions were deferred. His attention seemed divided, as though part of it remained underground even when he was elsewhere. There are no records indicating that Dunwich articulated a clear theory about the site. He did not commission formal studies or invite external experts. His engagement was personal rather than institutional. This distinction is significant. Whatever he perceived underground did not translate into policy or strategy. It remained internal, unspoken. Some employees speculated that Dunwich felt a sense of ownership over the mine that extended beyond corporate responsibility. The site bore his name, whether by coincidence or inheritance. This connection, however arbitrary, may have encouraged identification rather than detachment. Dunwich Borers was not merely an asset, it was a reflection, a project that carried his identity into the ground itself. As his fixation deepened, Dunwich's behavior began to diverge from established norms. He requested the preservation of certain chambers that interfered with extraction. He delayed sealing operations. He redirected resources toward maintenance of spaces that produced nothing. These decisions were difficult to justify within the company's economic framework. Resistance emerged quietly. Managers questioned priorities. Accountants raised concerns. Dunwich responded with assurances that never fully explained his reasoning. He spoke of future value, of understanding the site before altering it further. His language shifted from metrics to process, from outcomes to observation. Those closest to him noted changes in his speech patterns. He began referencing the mine in terms that suggested continuity rather than extraction. He spoke of depth not merely as distance, but as significance. These comments were subtle, embedded within otherwise routine discussions. They did not announce a transformation, but they hinted at one. It was during this period that Dunwich began spending time alone in the deepest accessible areas. He declined escorts. He requested minimal lighting. These requests were met with concern, but not refusal. As an executive, he was not easily denied. Safety protocols were adjusted to accommodate his wishes. What he experienced during these solitary descents was never recorded directly. There are no journals, no official statements. What exists are fragments, observations from others, changes in behavior, a gradual withdrawal from surface concerns. After extended visits underground, Dunwich was often described as contemplative rather than disturbed. He did not display fear. Instead, he appeared focused, as though processing information that did not require immediate expression. His gaze lingered on empty space. He paused before responding to questions. These moments were interpreted variously as stress or distraction. As the mine continued to resist profitability, pressure mounted. The company's future became uncertain. Dunwich's leadership was questioned, yet he seemed less affected by these developments than expected. His priorities had shifted, though he did not articulate how or why. In meetings, he occasionally referenced the mine's depth as a resource not yet understood. He spoke of layers without clarifying their nature. These comments were vague, offering no actionable insight. They were received with confusion rather than agreement. Some colleagues speculated that Dunwich had become obsessed. Others believed he was simply overwhelmed. Without explicit statements, interpretation filled the void. What is clear is that his relationship with the site had become personal, shaped by repeated exposure to an environment that did not conform to expectation. Eventually, his presence underground became less frequent, not because of diminished interest, but because of declining health. Associates noted fatigue, lapses in concentration, and periods of absence. Medical evaluations found no clear cause. He remained physically capable, yet seemed distant, as though his attention was divided between worlds. The mine itself reflected this transition. Operations slowed. Maintenance replaced expansion. Decisions were postponed. The company drifted, mirroring its leaders' uncertainty. Dunwich borers no longer pursued growth aggressively. It existed in a holding pattern, suspended between continuation and closure. Richard Dunwich's final involvement with the site was marked by quiet resignation. He did not attempt to resolve the mine's anomalies. He did not publicize discoveries. He did not seek to understand the structures in academic terms. Instead, he allowed the site to persist largely unchanged. In this restraint, an unusual pattern emerges. A corporate executive, confronted with unexplained depth, chose preservation over exploitation. Whether this choice was conscious or compelled remains unclear. What matters is that he did not attempt to impose finality. After his withdrawal, the mine remained. The structures endured. The chambers he had protected were neither destroyed nor explained. His name remained attached to the site, not as a claim of authorship, but as a marker of association. Richard Dunwich did not build what lay beneath the mine. He did not uncover its origins. He did not define its purpose. His role was intermediary rather than creator. He stood between corporate ambition and something older, encountering it without fully articulating what he had found. In the end, his connection to the site is remembered not for action, but for fixation. He was drawn downward, repeatedly, without announcing why. His legacy is not one of discovery, but of proximity. He encountered the deeper layers of the Commonwealth and chose not to disturb them further. This choice, whether intentional or instinctive, ensured that the questions surrounding Dunwich would remain unresolved. The mine did not reveal its builders during his tenure. It did not offer answers in exchange for attention. It simply persisted. Richard Dunwich became part of that persistence, his name attached to a place he did not create and could not explain, a human presence drawn into depth, leaving behind no conclusions, only the quiet trace of engagement with something that resisted definition. The mine continued after him, altered but intact. The deeper structures remained sealed beneath water and stone, and the question of who built them remained unspoken, preserved not by secrecy, but by restraint. As the mine's deeper chambers became increasingly known to those who worked nearby, comparisons began to surface that were never formalized but quietly circulated among workers and observers. Others rejected the term outright. There were no altars in the conventional sense, no inscriptions offering instruction, no symbols that aligned with known belief systems, and yet the arrangement of space itself suggested repetition, intention, and recurrence beyond industrial necessity. The chambers did not resemble places of habitation. There were no areas suited for rest, no evidence of sustained occupation, no remnants of daily activity, nor did they resemble storage or defensive structures. Their size and orientation did not support such uses. Instead, they appeared arranged around presence rather than function. Open spaces positioned where nothing needed to pass through them, corridors leading not toward resources, but toward stillness. This lack of practical explanation led some to draw parallels with ritual spaces, though the comparison was uneasy. Ritual implies participants, actions, and belief. Dunwich offered no record of any of these. What it provided instead was structure without narrative, space without instruction, a layout that suggested purpose without revealing what that purpose might have been. In pre-war culture, ritual was understood as symbolic repetition, ceremonies enacted to reinforce meaning. The chambers beneath Dunwich did not reinforce anything recognizable. They did not repeat symbols. They repeated forms. Curves echoed curves. Depth followed depth. Certain spatial relationships appeared again and again, as though geometry itself were the constant rather than any message it carried. Those who encountered these spaces often struggled to articulate what felt unusual about them. There was no impression of interruption or abandonment. The chambers did not feel unfinished. They felt resolved. This sense of completion distinguished Dunwich from known ritual sites. Human ritual spaces often show signs of change over time, additions, repairs, modifications, reflecting evolving belief. Dunwich showed no such layering. Its spaces appeared singular, as though created within a narrow window and then sealed. The absence of artifacts further complicated interpretation. No tools, no remains, no offerings, nothing that could anchor speculation to material culture. This absence made it difficult to assign human intention to the site. Without evidence of use, the idea of ritual lost coherence. Yet the spatial repetition persisted. Certain chambers were positioned directly above or below others, separated by thick layers of stone. Their alignment was precise enough to suggest deliberate planning. Though no direct passage connected them, this vertical repetition served no practical purpose. It did not facilitate movement or support structure. It simply existed. In some cultures, vertical alignment carries symbolic weight, connections between levels of existence, transitions between states. These interpretations require context that Dunwich did not provide. Without language, without iconography, alignment remained alignment. Meaning could not be assigned without speculation. The mine's workers adapted to these spaces pragmatically. They learned which chambers disrupted concentration and which felt neutral. They adjusted routes accordingly. Over time, some began to treat certain areas with quiet avoidance, not because they were dangerous, but because they demanded attention without offering clarity. This behavior resembled ritual in its repetition, though it emerged organically rather than through instruction. Workers slowed in specific corridors. They lowered voices in certain chambers. They moved through these spaces with a heightened awareness that was difficult to explain. Importantly, no one suggested worship. No one proposed that the site demanded reverence. The comparison to ritual arose from the structure itself, not from behavior imposed upon it. The mind did not inspire devotion, it inspired caution. This distinction matters. Ritual spaces are designed to focus attention. Dunwitch's chambers diffused it. They did not draw the eye toward a central object. They encouraged awareness of space itself, of distance, of orientation, of depth. In this way, the site functioned less like a place of ceremony and more like a framework, a structure that shaped experience without directing it. Those who entered did not receive instruction. They adjusted themselves instead. Some observers later suggested that if the site had a purpose, it was not to be used repeatedly, but to exist. Its completion did not depend on interaction. It did not require maintenance. It did not expect return. It simply remained. This interpretation aligns with the absence of wear. The stone surfaces showed no signs of frequent passage. Edges remained sharp. Floors were unmarked. The chambers did not appear lived in, nor did they appear neglected. They occupied a state outside those categories. If ritual occurred here, it did not follow human patterns. It did not leave residue. It did not rely on repetition across generations. Whatever action, if any, was associated with the site did not require ongoing participation. This realization unsettled some who sought explanation. Human frameworks rely on continuity. Beliefs persist through practice. Structures are revisited. Dunwich offered no such continuity. It appeared complete and self-contained. The mind's interference altered this state, introducing movement where none had existed. Machinery vibrated through chambers that had remained still. Water flowed into spaces that had been dry. Human presence introduced variables that the original environment had not accommodated. Yet, even this disruption did not reveal function. The chambers absorbed change without reacting visibly. They did not collapse or transform. They did not respond to presence in measurable ways. They simply persisted. The idea of ritual without ritual began to take hold as a way of describing this contradiction. The site resembled something built with intent, yet lacked any evidence of ongoing purpose. It carried the weight of design without the clarity of use. This ambiguity resisted resolution. Attempts to categorize the chambers as religious, ceremonial, or symbolic failed due to lack of supporting evidence. Attempts to classify them as utilitarian failed for similar reasons. The structures did not align with known categories. Over time, discussion of purpose diminished. The mind adapted to the presence of the chambers by sealing, reinforcing, or avoiding them. The deeper question of why they existed was set aside in favor of immediate concerns, yet the impression remained. Those who had spent time near these spaces often carried with them a sense that the mine intersected with something that had already fulfilled its role. The site did not invite interpretation, it endured it. In this endurance, Dunwich challenged assumptions about construction and intention. Human structures are built to be used, inhabited, or seen. The chambers beneath Dunwich did not require observation. They existed without regard for who might find them. If meaning was embedded in the site, it was not encoded for discovery. It was complete without witness. This completeness may explain the absence of artifacts and inscriptions. Nothing needed to be communicated. Nothing needed to be preserved beyond the structure itself. Ritual, as humans understand it, is a dialogue between participants and symbols. Dunwich offered no dialogue. It offered only form. The repetition present was not of action, but of space. This distinction left the site suspended between categories. It was neither sacred nor profane, neither functional nor decorative. It existed in a state that resisted translation into human terms. The mind's continued operation layered modern behavior atop this older framework. Workers moved through spaces that were never meant to guide them. They adapted unconsciously, adjusting pace and awareness without instruction. In this way, Dunwich influenced behavior without commanding it. It shaped movement without directing purpose. It resembled ritual not because it demanded reverence, but because it altered perception through structure alone. The absence of explicit ritual does not negate intention. It suggests a form of intention that does not rely on repetition or participation. A design that functions by existing rather than by being used. Whether this intention was symbolic, practical, or something else entirely remains unresolved. What can be observed is that the site does not behave like a place awaiting activation. It behaves like a place that has already been complete for a very long time. The mine encountered this completeness without recognizing it. In attempting to impose function, it revealed a different kind of order, one that did not depend on action, belief, or memory. Dunwich did not host ritual. It did not preserve ceremony. It did not instruct those who entered. It simply remained structured and silent, offering no explanation for why it had been built, only evidence that it had been. As excavation exposed more of the deeper network, attention turned toward the physical qualities of the structures themselves. Beyond questions of purpose or origin, there was the matter of construction. The chambers beneath Dunwich did not resemble improvised spaces, nor did they align with known architectural traditions. They were defined instead by a quiet refusal to explain themselves through form. The most immediate irregularity was proportion. Walls rose to heights that served no practical function, neither supporting heavy loads nor enclosing usable volume. Ceilings arched where flat surfaces would have sufficed. In some chambers, the vertical space exceeded the horizontal, creating an impression of openness that contrasted sharply with the surrounding mine tunnels. This openness did not invite movement or gathering. It simply existed. Arches appeared frequently, though not in ways consistent with load-bearing design. They did not distribute weight efficiently, nor did they frame entrances or passageways. Some arches were incomplete, curving upward only to terminate before meeting an opposing surface. Others enclosed nothing, standing within chambers without marking transition. Their presence suggested intention without application. Corridors connecting chambers followed paths that resisted optimization. They curved gently where straight lines would have shortened distance. They widened and narrowed without apparent reason, sometimes constricting movement only to expand again moments later. These variations did not correspond to geological constraints. The surrounding rock would have allowed simpler paths. Complexity was not imposed by necessity. In several instances, corridors ended abruptly, sealed by smooth stone rather than rubble. These terminations did not resemble collapsed passages. They appeared deliberate, as though the corridor had been completed exactly as designed. There were no signs that these endings were temporary or intended for future extension. They were endpoints. The arrangement of chambers also defied conventional planning. Spaces were positioned near one another without direct access. A chamber might lie just beyond a thin wall, visible through a breach, yet no original passage connected them. Vertical alignment repeated this pattern. Chambers stacked above or below others without stairways, shafts, or ramps linking them. The absence of connection was as deliberate as the alignment itself. This separation complicated interpretation. Architecture is typically understood through circulation. How people move through a space reveals its purpose. At Dunwich, movement was neither encouraged nor prevented. Paths existed, but they did not guide. They allowed passage without directing it. The stone surfaces themselves offered little clarification. Tool marks, where present, did not match known techniques. They lacked the repetition associated with chiseling or drilling. Instead, Surfaces appeared shaped through removal that left no consistent signature. Edges were sharp but not jagged. Curves were smooth but not polished. In some areas, stone surfaces displayed subtle variations in texture that suggested layered work rather than erosion. These layers did not correspond to natural stratification. They appeared applied rather than deposited, as though the stone had been shaped in stages. Yet without recognizable tools or methods, these observations remained speculative. Structural support was notably absent. Human architecture relies on reinforcement, beams, pillars, buttresses. The chambers beneath Dunwich stood without visible support. Their stability derived from form rather than material addition. This stability persisted despite excavation nearby, suggesting an understanding of stress distribution that exceeded what would be necessary for simple enclosure. Despite this apparent sophistication, the structures lacked ornamentation. There were no carvings, no reliefs, no decorative elements. The stone was left bare. This absence was striking not because decoration was expected, but because it eliminated a common source of cultural information. Without symbols or embellishment, interpretation was limited to form alone. Lighting within these spaces behaved differently than in the mine's tunnels. Artificial light cast shadows that appeared deeper and more persistent. Surfaces absorbed illumination unevenly, creating gradients that shifted as observers moved. These effects were subtle, noticeable only after prolonged exposure. They contributed to the sense that the space did not respond predictably to present. Mapping these architectural features proved challenging. Traditional floor plans failed to capture the experience of moving through the chambers. Distances measured linearly did not correspond to perceived travel. Angles drawn on paper did not convey how corridors curved through space. The architecture resisted reduction to diagram. This resistance extended to function. No chamber could be confidently identified as an entry point. No central space suggested gathering or focus. The layout lacked hierarchy. All chambers appeared equally complete, equally resolved. There was no progression from outer to inner, no gradient of access or significance. In human construction, even abstract designs reflect intention through repetition of use. Here, repetition existed without use. Forms echoed one another without establishing pattern. This repetition suggested design logic, yet the logic remained inaccessible. Attempts to categorize the architecture as defensive failed. Walls were thick, but not positioned to protect. There were no choke points, no vantage areas, no barriers intended to restrict access. The chambers did not facilitate control. They did not offer advantage. Likewise, classification as habitation was untenable. There were no provisions for sustenance, no waste areas, no signs of prolonged presence. The spaces were not hostile, but they were not accommodating. They did not invite rest or occupation. Even industrial interpretation fell short. The architecture did not support extraction, processing, or storage. There were no channels for material movement, no areas designed to contain output. The structures existed independent of production. This independence was perhaps the most unsettling feature. The architecture did not serve anything that modern observers could identify. It did not align with survival, worship, defense, or industry. It was complete without reference to these categories. Some engineers speculated privately that the chambers represented a form of conceptual construction, architecture built to embody principles rather than functions. Yet without context, even this idea lacked grounding. Principles require frameworks of understanding that were absent. The mine's intrusion altered these spaces irreversibly. Supports were added, walls breached, corridors widened. In doing so, original relationships between forms were disrupted, yet even fragmented, the architecture retained coherence. Portions that remained intact continued to exhibit the same resistance to explanation. This persistence suggested that the design did not depend on completeness. Individual chambers conveyed the same ambiguity as the network as a whole. Even isolated, they remained unresolved. Over time, the architecture began to influence how workers navigated the mine. Routes were chosen not solely for efficiency, but for ease of orientation. Some corridors felt more stable, others more disorienting. These impressions did not correlate with structural integrity. They correlated with proximity to the deeper architecture. Workers learned to recognize when they had crossed from industrial space into something else. The transition was not marked by signage or barrier, it was felt. The mine tunnels felt provisional, the deeper chambers felt settled. This distinction influenced behavior. Movements slowed, conversations quieted, tasks were completed with greater deliberation. These responses were not mandated. They emerged naturally, shaped by the environment. The architecture did not enforce these behaviors. It did not constrain movement or sound. It simply altered perception. Those who entered adjusted without instruction. In this way, the structures beneath Dunwich functioned as environments rather than buildings. They shaped experience without dictating action. They existed as conditions rather than spaces to be used. The lack of explanatory features frustrated those who sought clarity. Architecture is often read as text, its features interpreted as language. Here, the text was unreadable. The letters existed, but the grammar was unknown. This unreadability persisted regardless of exposure. Time spent within the chambers did not produce familiarity in the usual sense. Workers did not grow accustomed to them. Each entry required renewed attention. The architecture did not become background, it resisted habituation. As the mine's operational focus narrowed, these spaces remained. They were neither integrated nor removed. They occupied a liminal position within the site, acknowledged but not understood. In the end, the architecture beneath Dunwich offered no answers. It did not reveal its builders through style or method. It did not explain itself through function. It did not invite interpretation. It simply existed, complete and unresolved. An architecture that did not ask to be understood and did not yield meaning when examined. The mine passed through it, altered it, and moved on. Yet the deeper structures remained, retaining their quiet autonomy. They stood not as ruins of a known civilization, but as forms that predated the need for explanation. In their refusal to explain themselves, these chambers preserved the central question more effectively than any inscription could have. They offered form without narrative, presence without context, and in doing so, they ensured that Dunwich would remain defined not by what was built there, but by what could not be determined about its construction. The stone itself became a subject of attention only after other explanations had failed. When purpose, architecture, and function resisted interpretation, observers began to focus on material, what the structures were made of, rather than what they were meant to do. This shift did not resolve uncertainty, but it narrowed it, grounding speculation in something that could be touched, measured, and tested. At first glance, the stone appeared consistent with regional bedrock. It shared color, density, and basic composition with surrounding formations. This similarity allowed the deeper structures to remain hidden for so long. There was nothing immediately distinctive to mark the chambers as separate from their environment. They blended seamlessly into the geology of the Commonwealth. Closer inspection complicated this impression. Samples taken from exposed surfaces behaved unpredictably under analysis. Hardness varied across small distances. Some sections resisted cutting far more than expected, dulling tools at accelerated rates. Other areas yielded more easily, despite appearing identical. These inconsistencies could not be mapped cleanly to visible features. The stone's fracture patterns also differed from surrounding rock. When broken, it did not splinter along natural fault lines. Instead, fractures followed smooth curves or terminated abruptly, as though constrained by internal structure. This behavior was noted repeatedly. yet no clear explanation emerged. The material did not conform fully to known classifications. Chemical analysis revealed no foreign elements in significant quantity. The stone was not alloyed or reinforced by substances unfamiliar to pre-war science. It was, in most respects, ordinary rock. This ordinariness deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. The material was not exotic, yet its behavior suggested modification. Surface textures provided additional clues. In some chambers, the stone bore subtle striations that did not align with natural erosion. These markings were shallow and consistent, forming patterns that curved gently across surfaces. They did not resemble tool marks, nor did they appear decorative. They suggested shaping without signature. Weathering patterns further distinguished the stone from its surroundings. Exposed surfaces within chambers showed remarkably uniform wear, despite variation in moisture and airflow. Corners retained sharpness where natural processes would have softened them. This preservation implied either deliberate maintenance or environmental isolation over long periods. The stone's response to temperature was also unusual. In flooded areas, submerged surfaces remained stable despite fluctuations in water level. Freeze and thaw cycles that affected nearby rock left these surfaces largely unchanged. The stone absorbed and released heat differently, dampening extremes without cracking. Attempts to trace the origin of the stone through geological mapping yielded limited results. The material matched local formations in composition, but not in distribution. It appeared in locations where it should not have been continuous, separated by layers of different rock. This discontinuity suggested relocation or transformation rather than natural deposition. Engineers speculated privately that the stone had been altered in situ, that its properties had been modified without removing it from its geological context. Such alteration would require techniques unknown to modern industry, particularly given the scale involved. These ideas remained speculative, lacking supporting evidence. The absence of waste material was notable. Shaping stone produces debris, chips, dust, fragments. The chambers contained none. Floors were clean, unmarked by accumulation. This absence suggested that material removal occurred elsewhere, or that shaping did not produce waste in recognizable form. In some areas, stone surfaces exhibited slight luminescence under certain lighting conditions. This effect was weak and inconsistent, often dismissed as reflection or mineral content. It did not persist under repeated testing, yet those who observed it reported that it appeared more pronounced in deeper sections. The stone's acoustic properties further complicated analysis. Sound behaved differently when striking these surfaces. Vibrations were absorbed unevenly, producing muted echoes or elongated reverberations depending on location. This variability could not be attributed solely to chamber shape. The material itself influenced sound. Despite these anomalies, the stone did not degrade. It did not crumble under pressure. It did not erode at accelerated rates. It remained stable under conditions that stressed surrounding rock. This durability suggested long-term design, whether intentional or emergent. When the mine reinforced chambers, anchors driven into the stone held exceptionally well. Supports remained secure even when adjacent materials failed. This reliability contrasted with the difficulty of cutting the same surfaces. The stone resisted alteration while accepting integration. These qualities created a paradox. The material was both resistant and cooperative. It did not yield easily to removal, yet it supported additions without compromise. It behaved less like raw resource and more like foundation. Workers developed an intuitive sense of this distinction. They learned which surfaces could be trusted to hold weight and which required reinforcement. These judgments were based on experience rather than measurement. Over time, they became reliable. The stone did not appear inert. It responded to interaction in subtle ways, not through movement or reaction, but through consistency. It behaved the same way each time it was encountered, regardless of external conditions. This predictability contrasted with the variability of the mine's industrial components. This consistency extended to damaged sections. Where stone had been cut or breached, the exposed surfaces did not degrade rapidly. They retained the same properties as intact areas. The material did not weaken when altered, it remained cohesive. The implication was not that the stone was alive, but that it was complete. Its properties did not depend on wholeness. Fragmentation did not diminish function. This characteristic distinguished it from many natural materials, which rely on structural continuity. Attempts to remove large sections for off-site analysis were limited by practical constraint. The stone's weight and resistance made transport difficult. Smaller samples failed to capture the full behavior observed in situ. Whatever properties distinguished the material did not scale down easily. As a result, analysis remained partial. Observations accumulated without synthesis. Each property suggested modification, yet none provided definitive proof. The stone resisted classification not through obscurity, but through familiarity. It was too similar to be exotic, too different to be ordinary. Over time, attention shifted away from material analysis. The stone became part of the mine's accepted reality. Its anomalies were noted but no longer pursued. The absence of actionable conclusions made further study impractical. Yet the stone continued to shape experience. Its surfaces influenced movement, sound, and perception. It defined spaces without decoration or inscription. It carried no explicit message, yet it communicated through presence. The builders, whoever they were, did not leave behind artifacts or records. They left stone, altered, shaped, and positioned in ways that endured. The material choice ensured longevity without requiring maintenance or explanation. In choosing stone that blended with its environment, the builders ensured concealment. In altering it subtly, they ensured distinction. The result was a structure that could persist unnoticed until disturbed, then resist interpretation once revealed. The stone beneath Dunwich did not announce its origin. It did not bear signatures or marks of authorship. It existed as medium rather than message, a material that carried form without narrative. This absence of narrative is what preserved the mystery. Without inscriptions, without tools, without waste, the stone offered no clues to intent. It remained silent, even when examined closely. In the end, the stone became a boundary. It marked the limit of what could be understood through conventional means. Beyond it lay speculation, unsupported by evidence. Within it lay form, resistant and complete. The mine intersected with this boundary repeatedly. Each contact reinforced the same conclusion. The stone was not accidental. It was not natural in the usual sense. Yet it could not be reduced to something else. It remained what it was: altered rock, shaped with purpose unknown, enduring beneath the Commonwealth, a foundation laid by hands or processes that left no trace beyond the stone itself. In this way, the material preserved the unanswered question more effectively than any symbol could have. It offered no language to decode. It offered only itself, unchanged by time, awaiting no interpretation. The stone did not explain who built Dunwich. It ensured that the answer could not be easily reached. As attempts to interpret the site through material and architecture reached their limits, attention shifted toward a broader frame of reference. If the structures could not be explained by known history, then the boundaries of that history itself required examination. The Commonwealth's recorded past, though extensive, occupied only a narrow band of time. Beneath it lay eras that left little trace, remembered only through geology and absence. Human presence in the region spanned thousands of years, yet written records covered only a fraction of that span. Earlier societies left behind tools, burial sites, and patterns of settlement that could be traced and contextualized. None of these appeared at Dunwich. There were no cultural layers indicating gradual occupation, no transitions from primitive to advanced. The site did not fit within the arc of known human development. This absence suggested a different relationship to time. Rather than accumulating through generations, the structures appeared to exist outside of historical layering. They were not built upon, reused, or adapted. They were complete as found, sealed beneath stone and water until excavation intersected them. Some observers proposed that the site predated recorded history entirely, that it belonged to an era so distant that its builders had left no surviving cultural signature. This idea carried implications that were difficult to reconcile. Pre-human construction challenged assumptions about the region's past and the nature of intelligence itself. Such speculation remained informal. Without evidence, it could not be formalized. Yet the idea persisted, resurfacing whenever attempts to place the site within known timelines failed. The structures did not resemble ancient human architecture. They did not reflect the constraints or priorities of early societies. They suggested planning without precedent. The notion of a proto-civilization emerged quietly in discussion, not a society in the conventional sense, but a presence capable of shaping stone with intent. This presence did not leave behind settlements or artifacts. It did not alter the landscape visibly. It acted beneath the surface, then disappeared. This absence of surface impact was significant. Human civilizations transform their environment extensively. They leave roads, fields, debris. Dunwich left none of these. Its builders, if they existed, did not seek visibility. Their work remained concealed, integrated into the geology rather than imposed upon it. Another possibility considered was that the structures were not ancient in the linear sense, but post-human, that they were created after humanity's decline, perhaps by entities that inherited the land without inheriting human culture. This idea was equally difficult to support. The structures showed no signs of adaptation to post-war conditions. They did not respond to radiation, mutation, or environmental collapse. They appeared indifferent to surface change. The site did not align with timelines of recovery or degeneration. It did not fit into narratives of rise and fall. It existed independently of these cycles, suggesting that its creation was not contingent on human presence at all. In this context, Dunwich began to be viewed less as a relic of a forgotten era and more as an intrusion from outside conventional history. Not an object out of place, but a structure out of sequence. Its existence challenged the assumption that the land's history progressed in a single direction. The idea of layered histories gained relevance, that the Commonwealth had been occupied, abandoned, and occupied again by different forms of presence. Some left visible traces, others did not. Dunwich represented one such layer, intersecting with human activity only by coincidence. This framework allowed for the possibility that the builders did not vanish, but simply withdrew, that their absence from the surface was intentional, that the underground structures served a purpose independent of human observation. Importantly, this interpretation did not require the builders to be alien or supernatural. It required only that they operated under priorities different from those assumed by modern observers. Priorities that did not include communication, legacy, or dominance. The site's completeness supported this view. The structures did not appear abandoned. They showed no signs of interruption. They were not ruins in the traditional sense. They were intact, preserved by depth and isolation. This intactness suggested that whatever process created the site reached its conclusion. There was no evidence of expansion halted by catastrophe, no unfinished chambers, no collapsed sections indicative of sudden cessation. The work ended because it was finished. If this was the case, then the builders had no need to return. Their purpose, whatever it was, had been fulfilled. The structures remained as residue rather than relic. This perspective reframed the question of age. Instead of asking how old the site was, observers began to ask how long it had remained untouched. The answer was unclear, but the implication was profound. The site had persisted through multiple epochs without alteration. The Great War, which reshaped the surface irreversibly, had little effect on the deeper structures. Radiation did not penetrate fully, shockwaves dissipated. The underground environment remained stable. This resilience suggested design with longevity in mind. In this light, Dunwich appeared less like a monument and more like an installation, something placed deliberately, then left to persist. Its lack of integration with surface history was not oversight, it was intention. The absence of adaptation over time reinforced this idea. The site did not evolve. It did not respond to changes above. It remained static, unchanged by centuries of geological and human activity. This static quality distinguished it from human construction, which requires maintenance and modification. Dunwich required none. It existed without intervention. Such endurance raised questions about the builders' understanding of time. They did not measure it in generations or eras. They did not seek to influence future occupants. They did not communicate across ages. Their work was not meant to be read or reused. This approach suggested a form of existence unconcerned with continuity in the human sense. The builders acted, completed their work, and withdrew. The land resumed its quiet state, concealing what lay beneath. When humans eventually uncovered the site, they did so without context. They encountered a finished structure without instructions, explanations, or records. The absence of these elements forced interpretation, yet offered no guidance. This lack of guidance was not accidental, it was consistent across the site. Every chamber, corridor, and material choice reinforced the same conclusion. The builders did not intend to be known. Whether they were pre-human, post-human, or something else entirely remains unresolved. What can be said is that the site does not belong comfortably within the Commonwealth's recorded history. It exists alongside it, beneath it, intersecting only when disturbed. Dunwich represents a history that does not seek recognition. It does not assert itself through dominance or survival. It persists quietly, unchanged, waiting without expectation. In this persistence, the site challenges the notion that history is always visible, that the past must leave traces to be real. Dunwich suggests otherwise, that some histories remain buried not because they were erased, but because they were never meant to surface. The deeper Commonwealth holds these histories without distinction. Stone does not discriminate between eras, it preserves what is placed within it. Dunwich was placed, then left, and the land closed around it. Human excavation reopened that closure, revealing not answers, but absence. The absence of builders, the absence of explanation, the absence of alignment with known time. In confronting this absence, observers reached the limits of historical reasoning. Without records, without artifacts, without continuity, the site could not be placed within familiar narratives. It remained suspended between possibilities. Too complete to be accidental, too isolated to be cultural, too resilient to be temporary. The deeper Commonwealth had held its secret for a long time. When it was finally exposed, it offered no clarification. It simply existed, unchanged, inviting observation without reward. This is what sets Dunwich apart. Not its darkness or depth, but its refusal to participate in history as humans understand it. It stands as evidence that the land has been shaped by forces and intentions that do not align with recorded time. Whatever built Dunwich did not leave behind a story, it left behind a structure, and that structure endures, silent and complete, beyond the reach of chronology. As understanding of Dunwich deepened through absence rather than discovery, observers began to notice that it was not entirely unique. The name itself reappeared elsewhere, attached to another site far removed from the Commonwealth, yet marked by similar disturbances. This recurrence did not offer explanation. It suggested pattern. In the ruins of another city, another Dunwich structure stood, isolated from its surroundings and resistant to interpretation. It shared no documented connection to the mine beneath the Commonwealth. There were no records of shared ownership, planning, or design. The two sites existed independently, separated by geography and circumstance. Yet the parallels between them were difficult to dismiss. Both locations occupied ordinary urban space. Neither announced itself through monumental scale or surface architecture. Each appeared unremarkable until entered, and in both cases, deeper exploration revealed environments that disrupted perception rather than threatened physical safety. Reports from those who explored the other Dunwich site described similar phenomena: time distortion, disorientation, sensations of familiarity without memory. These experiences mirrored those reported beneath the mine, despite differences in layout and context. The environments were not identical, but their effects were. This similarity shifted interpretation away from isolated anomaly toward distributed presence. Dunwich was not a singular event. It was a designation applied to multiple locations that shared characteristics rather than history. This realization reframed the question of origin. Instead of asking who built Dunwich, the question expanded: why were there multiple Dunwich sites? The recurrence of the name suggested that it did not belong to a single place. It functioned as a label for a type of environment, a classification rather than a commemoration. Whatever Dunwich represented, it was not confined to one region or era. Importantly, the two sites did not appear connected by tunnels, infrastructure, or visible pathways. Their relationship was not physical, it was conceptual. They shared form and effect rather than material continuity. This distinction ruled out explanations based on human networks. There was no evidence of a civilization spanning such distances without leaving traces elsewhere. No roads, no settlements, no transitional sites. The Dunwich locations appeared isolated, embedded within otherwise ordinary landscapes, yet their internal qualities aligned closely. Both featured spaces that resisted straightforward mapping. Both lacked clear function. Both altered perception without overt interaction. These similarities suggested intentional replication rather than coincidence. Replication implies planning. It suggests that the builders understood these environments as repeatable, that they could create multiple instances without variation in effect. This capacity challenges assumptions about scale and intent. If Dunwich represented a type of structure, then its purpose was not local. It was not tied to specific geography or resource. It was placed where conditions allowed, then left to persist. The selection of sites followed criteria that remain unknown. The lack of surface markers reinforced this interpretation. The builders did not seek recognition. They did not leave monuments or signals. The sites were not meant to be found easily. Their discovery depended on intrusion rather than invitation. In both cases, human engagement came late. The environments remained intact until disturbed by exploration or construction. Their effects became noticeable only through sustained exposure. Casual contact produced nothing unusual. Only descent revealed alteration. This pattern suggests that the sites were designed to be dormant until entered deeply. Their influence did not radiate outward. It remained contained, activated only through proximity and movement. This containment aligns with the absence of surface impact. The recurrence of Dunwich across different regions also undermines explanations based on localized geology. While the Commonwealth's bedrock may exhibit unique properties, this cannot account for similar environments elsewhere. The shared characteristics must arise from design rather than material coincidence. The builders, whoever they were, demonstrated consistency across locations. They employed similar principles of space, depth, and structure. This consistency implies knowledge transferable across site. It implies intent that transcended place. Yet the differences between sites matter as well. Each Dunwich location adapted subtly to its surroundings. Layouts differed. Materials varied slightly. These variations suggest flexibility within a framework rather than rigid replication. This flexibility reinforces the idea that the builders worked with existing environments rather than imposing uniform structures. They integrated their designs into the land, shaping what was already present rather than replacing it. In doing so, they ensured concealment. By blending with local geology and architecture, the sites avoided detection. They became part of the environment rather than foreign impositions. The recurrence of Dunwich thus represents a strategy. Create structures that persist without notice, embed them within ordinary landscapes, allow them to remain inactive until disturbed, leave no record of origin or purpose. This strategy does not align with human behavior as typically understood. Humans build to be seen, used, or remembered. The Dunwich sites do none of these. They exist without audience. The name Dunwich, applied to multiple locations, may therefore be a human attempt to categorize something that predates human categorization. A word used to group environments that defy understanding. In this sense, Dunwich is not a place name, it is a placeholder, a term used to acknowledge similarity without explanation. It marks the boundary between observation and comprehension. The recurrence of the name across regions reinforces this boundary. It suggests that whatever Dunwich represents is not confined to a single narrative. It is part of a broader pattern that intersects with human history only occasionally. This intersection produces the same result each time: disorientation, uncertainty, a sense of encountering something complete and indifferent. The environment does not respond differently to different observers. It does not adapt. It remains constant. This constancy across sites suggests that the builders did not tailor their creations to specific cultures or eras. They did not anticipate who might find them. They did not care. The sites function identically, regardless of context. Whether beneath a mine or within a ruined building, the effect persists. This universality points away from human origin. Yet the builders did not erase humanity. They allowed human structures to exist above theirs. They did not interfere with surface development. They waited. The recurrence of Dunwich across Fallout's world thus reframes the mystery. It is not a singular anomaly to be explained away. It is a distributed phenomenon, appearing wherever conditions permit. This distribution suggests that the question of who built Dunwich cannot be answered by examining one site alone. Each instance adds complexity without clarity. Each reinforces the same absence of explanation. The pattern does not resolve, it expands. In recognizing this expansion, observers must abandon the hope of localized answers. The builders did not operate within the boundaries of one region or one time. They left behind a network of environments that persist quietly, waiting to be intersected. Dunwich is not unique, it is representative. And in that representation, the question grows heavier rather than lighter. If one site could be explained away, multiple sites demand reconsideration of assumptions. The Commonwealth's Dunwich is one instance of a broader presence. Its isolation does not imply singularity, it implies concealment repeated elsewhere. Whatever built Dunwich did not build it once. It built it as a concept, applied wherever necessary, then withdrew. Humanity encountered these sites accidentally, without preparation or context. Each encounter produced the same outcome: confusion without danger, awareness without understanding. The recurrence ensures that the mystery cannot be dismissed as coincidence. It establishes Dunwich as a category of structure rather than an exception, and in doing so, it deepens the central question, not simply who built Dunwich, but why such structures were built at all, and why they continue to surface across different regions without ever offering explanation. The pattern remains incomplete. The builders remain unnamed. the sites remain intact. Dunwich persists not as a single place, but as an idea embedded in stone, repeated quietly across the land, waiting beneath layers of history to be uncovered again and again, without ever revealing the hand that shaped it. As reports from multiple Dunwich sites accumulated, attempts to explain the shared experiences shifted away from architecture and material and toward perception itself. The environments did not produce visible effects that could be measured easily. Instead, they altered how those within them experienced memory, time, and presence. This shift reframed the phenomenon. What had once been treated as structural anomaly began to be understood as environmental influence. The visions reported by those who descended into these spaces were not consistent in content, but they were consistent in character. They were brief, intrusive, and difficult to distinguish from memory. Individuals described seeing moments that felt personal yet unfamiliar, scenes that carried emotional weight without context. These impressions did not behave like dreams. They occurred while awake, often during routine movement. Importantly, these experiences were not accompanied by fear or panic. Those affected did not perceive them as threats. They were moments of overlap rather than interruption, as though the environment briefly aligned perception with something already present. The lack of distress distinguished these events from hallucination as it was commonly understood. Medical evaluations found no signs of psychological instability. There was no pattern of delusion or progressive impairment. Those who experienced visions functioned normally outside the site. The phenomena did not follow them to the surface. They were confined to specific depths and locations. This confinement suggested environmental causation. The visions occurred only within certain chambers and corridors. They did not manifest in adjacent mine tunnels or on the surface. The boundary was consistent, even when individuals moved repeatedly in and out of affected areas. Observers began to describe these experiences not as hallucinations, but as overlays, perceptions layered onto the present moment without replacing it. A worker might see a corridor as it was, then briefly as it was not. The transition was subtle, lasting only seconds, leaving behind uncertainty rather than clarity. These overlays did not convey information. They did not instruct or warn. They did not depict recognizable events tied to the site's history. Instead, they appeared fragmentary, disconnected from narrative. This lack of narrative content frustrated attempts at interpretation. If the site were producing hallucinations, one might expect thematic consistency. Recurring images, shared symbols, none appeared. Each experience was individual, yet similar in structure, brief, vivid, inconclusive. This structural similarity suggested that the environment did not generate specific imagery, it triggered a process. Whatever emerged filled that process with content drawn from the individual's own perception or memory. The site acted as catalyst rather than source. This interpretation aligned with the absence of inscriptions or symbols within the architecture. The builders did not encode messages. They did not leave records to be read. The site did not communicate in language. It influenced perception instead. In this context, the visions ceased to be evidence of madness or external presence. They became evidence of interaction. The environment engaged with consciousness without directing it. It did not impose meaning, it allowed meaning to surface. Such interaction challenges conventional understanding of space. Architecture is typically passive. It contains activity rather than shaping cognition. Dunwich appeared to blur this distinction. Its spaces influenced how thoughts emerged, not through coercion, but through alignment. This alignment was subtle. Many individuals experienced nothing at all. Others noticed fleeting impressions only after prolonged exposure. There was no guarantee of effect. The site did not respond uniformly to presence. This variability suggests that the environment did not target individuals. It provided conditions under which certain experiences could occur. Those conditions depended on factors not easily measured: depth, stillness, duration, perhaps attention itself. In flooded chambers, these effects intensified. Water dampened sound and light, reducing external stimuli. The site did not introduce content, it reduced interference. This reduction may explain why experiences were described as familiar, without external anchors. The mind filled gaps with internal material. Yet the consistency of these occurrences across individuals indicates that the environment played an active role in creating those gaps. The site did not overwhelm perception, it narrowed it. It stripped away distractions, leaving only awareness. This interpretation reframes the site's purpose. Rather than transmitting information, it may have been designed to induce a state, a condition of perception rather than a message. If this was the case, then the absence of explicit ritual or instruction becomes coherent. The builders did not need participants to perform actions. They needed only to create an environment where certain states could occur naturally. This environment did not require belief. It did not depend on expectation. Those who experienced effects often did so without prior knowledge of the site's reputation. The absence of anticipation suggests that suggestion played little role. The site's influence was passive. It did not seek attention. It did not amplify fear. It did not escalate. It remained consistent regardless of interpretation. This consistency is crucial. Hallucinations induced by stress or suggestion tend to vary widely and intensify under pressure. Dunwich's effects remained bounded. They did not grow stronger with repeated exposure. They did not linger. Those who experienced visions often struggled to describe them. Language failed to capture their ambiguity. This failure further separated the phenomenon from conventional hallucination, which often produces vivid, describable imagery. Instead, these experiences felt incomplete, as though something had been perceived without being fully formed. This incompleteness prevented fixation or obsession. It left no clear object of focus. The builders, if they intended this effect, designed it carefully. They did not overwhelm, they did not instruct, they did not compel. They created conditions under which perception could shift briefly, then return. This restraint aligns with the site's broader character. Everything at Dunwich is contained. Effects do not propagate outward. Structures do not collapse. The environment does not deteriorate. The visions are part of this containment. They occur within defined boundaries and dissipate without residue. From this perspective, the site functions less like a place of revelation and more like a mirror. It reflects internal states without interpreting them. It provides a context where perception becomes self-referential. This function does not require language or culture. It does not depend on shared understanding. It operates at a level beneath narrative. If the builders sought to create such an environment, they succeeded without leaving evidence of intent. The site does not explain why these states matter. It does not indicate what should be done with them. This absence of instruction may be deliberate. The site does not guide interpretation. It allows experience without resolution. Such design would resist misuse. Without explicit purpose, the site cannot be exploited easily. It cannot be weaponized. It cannot be commercialized. It remains ambiguous. Human attempts to impose meaning on these experiences have failed because the site does not provide anchor points. It offers sensation without context. This refusal to contextualize preserves the site's autonomy. It remains separate from human narratives, even when intersected. In this way, the hallucinations, if they can be called that, are not flaws or side effects. They are integral to the environment's function. They demonstrate interaction without communication. The site does not speak, it does not listen, it does not respond. It simply exists in a way that alters perception when encountered deeply enough. This alteration is temporary and contained. It does not accumulate. It does not demand attention. It fades as easily as it appears. Such subtlety ensures longevity. The site does not attract destructive interest. It does not provoke fear or reverence. It remains overlooked until disturbed, then misunderstood, then set aside. Dunwich does not reveal its builders through vision. It reveals the limits of perception. It demonstrates that environments can shape experience without conveying meaning. In doing so, it maintains its central mystery. The visions offer no answers. They provide no evidence of who built the site or why. They merely confirm that the site interacts with those who enter it in ways that defy conventional explanation. This interaction does not escalate. It does not resolve. It persists quietly, as contained and ambiguous as the stone itself. The hallucinations do not explain Dunwich. They ensure that it remains unexplained. They are not messages from the past. They are reflections produced by depth, stillness, and structure. And when the observer leaves, they vanish, leaving behind only the knowledge that something occurred without ever revealing what it was meant to be. Among the many reports gathered from those who descended into the deepest reaches of Dunwich, one detail recurred with quiet persistence. Not a vision, not a shape, not a memory, but a sound. It was described inconsistently, yet unmistakably. A voice, faint and distant, carried through stone and water without clear origin. Those who heard it did not agree on its words. Some could not identify language at all. Others believed they recognized fragments of speech, though meaning remained elusive. The sound was never loud. It did not interrupt machinery or conversation. It appeared only in moments of relative stillness, when external noise diminished and attention narrowed. Importantly, the voice did not behave like an echo. It did not repeat existing sounds. It did not follow the mind's acoustics. It emerged independently, then faded without reverberation. Those who experienced it often questioned whether it had occurred at all, only to find that others had noticed something similar. The voice was frequently described as young, not in tone necessarily, but in presence. It lacked authority. It did not command. It did not threaten. It existed without urgency. This quality distinguished it from imagined warnings or fears. It did not feel like a response to danger. Those who attempted to locate the source failed. Moving toward the sound did not bring clarity. It neither grew louder nor changed direction. It remained fixed in perception rather than space. This resistance to localization suggested that it was not produced by vibration traveling through air or stone in the usual way. The timing of these occurrences varied. Some heard the voice upon first entry into certain chambers, others only after prolonged exposure. There was no predictable trigger. It did not correlate directly with depth, though it was more frequently reported near the lowest accessible levels. In flooded chambers, the voice seemed more distinct. Water dampened competing noise, allowing subtle sounds to emerge. Yet even here, the voice did not behave as expected. It did not distort through water. It did not reflect off surfaces. It remained unchanged regardless of environment. This consistency troubled those who tried to dismiss the phenomenon as auditory hallucination. Hallucinations often vary with stress and context. They intensify under fatigue. They repeat familiar patterns. The voice at Dunwich did none of these. It did not grow clearer with repetition. It did not persist beyond the sight. Medical assessments offered no explanation. Hearing tests showed no abnormalities. Psychological evaluations found no indicators of shared delusion. The voice did not follow individuals to the surface. It did not intrude into dreams or waking life outside the mind. The content of the voice, insofar as it could be discerned, offered no guidance. It did not recount history. It did not describe events. It did not provide instruction. At times, it seemed to call out, though not to anyone in particular. At other times, it appeared to be speaking without audience. This ambiguity complicated interpretation. If the voice were meant to communicate, it did so ineffectively. If it were accidental, its consistency was difficult to explain. It occupied a space between signal and noise, recognizable without being interpretable. Some observers proposed that the voice was not external at all, but a byproduct of environmental influence on perception, that the site altered cognitive processing in ways that produced auditory impressions without clear source. Yet this explanation did not account for the shared quality of the experience. Others suggested that the voice represented residual imprint rather than active presence. Not something speaking now, but something that had once spoken, preserved in structure rather than memory. This idea remained speculative, unsupported by evidence. What distinguished the voice from other reported phenomena was its emotional neutrality. Those who heard it did not report fear or comfort. They described curiosity, confusion, or mild unease. The voice did not demand reaction. It existed passively. This passivity aligns with the site's broader character. Dunwich does not act upon those who enter. It does not provoke. It does not escalate. The voice, like the architecture and visions, exists without insistence. The question of why the voice sounded young remains unanswered. It may reflect human tendency to assign age to unfamiliar sounds, or it may indicate something about the source, if one exists. Without context, such interpretations remain conjecture. Importantly, the voice was not heard by everyone. Its appearance was selective, unpredictable. Some individuals spent extensive time in affected areas without experiencing it. Others heard it briefly and never again. This selectivity suggests that the phenomenon depends on conditions not fully understood. These conditions may include stillness, attention, or alignment with the environment. The voice did not emerge during active work or conversation. It appeared during pauses, when focus shifted inward. This pattern reinforces the idea that Dunwich's effects are not imposed. They emerge when interference is reduced. The site does not seek to be noticed. It becomes perceptible only when attention settles. The absence of message is significant. If the voice were meant to communicate identity or intent, it failed. It offered no name, no explanation, no request. It existed without purpose apparent to those who heard it. This lack of purpose aligns with the site's refusal to explain itself. Dunwich does not answer questions. It presents phenomena without context, leaving interpretation incomplete. Some later accounts attempted to link the voice to known individuals associated with the mine. These attempts lacked support. The voice did not resemble any recorded speech patterns. It did not align with known events. It resisted personalization. The persistence of the voice across time and location suggests that it is not tied to specific moments. It is not an echo of recent activity. It appears to be embedded in the environment itself. This embedding does not require consciousness or intent. It may result from structural properties that influence perception in consistent ways. The builders, if aware of this effect, did not amplify it. They allowed it to remain subtle. Such subtlety ensures that the voice does not dominate experience. It remains secondary, easily overlooked. Those who do not listen carefully may never notice it at all. In this way, the voice functions as another layer of ambiguity. It reinforces the sense that something exists without revealing what it is. It hints without informing. The voice does not claim identity. It does not assert presence. It does not invite response. It exists, then fades. For those who heard it, the experience lingered as a question rather than a memory. It did not integrate into narrative. It resisted retelling. This resistance mirrors the site's broader refusal to be understood. Dunwich offers experiences that do not resolve. They do not build toward revelation. They remain fragments. The voice is one such fragment. It does not point toward builders or purpose. It does not confirm theories or suggest alternatives. It simply adds depth to the site's silence. In the end, The presence of a voice complicates the mystery without advancing it. It demonstrates interaction without communication, presence without agency. The builders, if they intended this effect, ensured that it would remain marginal. The voice does not dominate. It does not instruct. It does not persist. It exists only at the edges of perception, reinforcing the idea that Dunwich was not designed to be explained. The sound fades as one ascends. It does not follow. It remains below, contained within the site's depths. Like the stone, the chambers, and the visions, the voice offers no answers. It ensures that the question remains open, unresolved, and quiet. Dunwich does not speak clearly. It whispers without language, and in that whisper, it preserves its mystery, untouched by interpretation. At the deepest accessible point of the mine, beyond flooded corridors and sealed passages, there existed a chamber that resisted casual description. It was not the largest space uncovered, nor the most structurally complex. It sat at a terminus that did not feel accidental, reached only after descending through layers that gradually shed the logic of extraction and industry. This chamber was not marked on early maps. It was encountered through deviation rather than design, reached when standard routes no longer applied. Access required deliberate choice. One had to move away from active tunnels, pass through reinforced barriers, and descend into areas no longer shaped by routine work. The deeper one went, the quieter the mine became, until the sounds of machinery faded entirely. The chamber opened into stillness. Its walls were smoother than those of surrounding spaces, though not polished. The stone bore the same subtle variations observed elsewhere. Yet here they appeared more uniform, as though shaped with particular care. The ceiling rose higher than necessary, creating a vertical openness that contrasted with the narrow corridors leading to it. This openness did not suggest accommodation, it suggested focus. At the center of the chamber stood an object that differed from everything around it. It was not integrated into the stone like the walls and corridors. It was distinct, occupying space rather than enclosing it. Observers struggled to categorize it, reaching for familiar terms that failed to capture its qualities. It was often referred to as an obelisk, though the word carried assumptions that did not fully apply. It was vertical, but not pointed. Its surfaces were planar, yet not smooth in the conventional sense. It did not display ornamentation or inscription. It stood without support, rising from the chamber floor as though grown rather than placed. The material matched the surrounding stone in composition, yet its form distinguished it. Unlike the walls, which blended into the chamber, the object asserted presence through isolation. It did not touch the ceiling. It did not connect to other structures. It existed alone. There were no markings to indicate purpose, no recesses, no apertures, no signs of interaction. The object did not appear to house anything or channel movement. It did not invite approach or discourage it. It simply occupied the center of the space. Those who entered the chamber reported a heightened sense of stillness. The air felt heavier, though instruments showed no difference in pressure. Sound diminished further, as though absorbed. Footsteps echoed faintly, then vanished. The presence of the object did not amplify these effects. It seemed to anchor them. Lighting revealed subtle variations across the object's surface. Shadows did not fall evenly. Edges appeared sharper or softer depending on angle. These variations were consistent across observations, suggesting that they were intrinsic rather than perceptual artifacts. Attempts to examine the object more closely were limited by practical concerns. There was no clear method to test it without risking damage to the surrounding structure. Management restricted access, citing safety and cost. The chamber became one of the most controlled areas of the mine, not because it posed danger, but because it resisted integration. The object did not emit energy, it did not vibrate. Instruments detected no unusual readings, It was inert in every measurable sense, and yet its presence altered the experience of the space. Those who spent time near it often described a sense of alignment, not alignment with the object itself, but with the chamber as a whole. Orientation felt clearer here than in surrounding corridors. Despite the absence of landmarks, the confusion reported elsewhere diminished, replaced by a quiet awareness of position. This clarity did not extend beyond the chamber. Upon leaving, disorientation returned gradually, as though the environment resumed its influence. The chamber functioned as a pocket of stability within a broader field of uncertainty. The object's placement at the center reinforced this impression. It was not positioned to be seen upon entry. One had to move fully into the chamber to encounter it. Only then did its presence become apparent. This delayed revelation suggested intentional design. There were no signs that the object had ever been moved. Its base showed no wear. The surrounding floor bore no marks of adjustment or anchoring. It appeared to have been positioned once and left undisturbed. The absence of interaction points challenged assumptions about purpose. If the object were symbolic, it carried no symbols. If it were functional, it offered no interface. If it were commemorative, it lacked reference. Some observers speculated that the object served as a marker rather than a tool, a reference point rather than an instrument. Its central placement and the chamber's geometry suggested alignment, perhaps with other unseen structures, yet no clear connections could be traced. Vertical alignment remained a recurring theme. The object's position corresponded loosely with chambers above and below, though direct connections were absent. This alignment suggested that the object was part of a larger configuration, only partially revealed. The chamber's isolation reinforced this idea. It did not connect to active routes. It required deliberate deviation to reach. This separation ensured that the object remained undisturbed by routine activity. In this sense, the chamber functioned as a terminus, not an endpoint of movement, but of intention. It felt like a place where something had been completed. The lack of residue supported this interpretation. There were no signs of use or abandonment, no debris, no modifications. The chamber appeared exactly as it had been left, preserved by depth and isolation. This preservation contrasted with the mine's broader environment, where industrial activity had altered original features extensively. Here, the intrusion was minimal. The chamber remained largely intact, a rare glimpse of the site as it had been before excavation. The object itself resisted categorization. It did not resemble known religious artifacts. It did not align with industrial components. It did not match decorative forms. It existed outside these categories. This resistance suggested that the object's purpose was not meant to be inferred through form alone. If meaning existed, it was not encoded in recognizable symbols or functions. The builders, whoever they were, did not leave instructions. They did not label the object. They did not provide context. They left it in place, complete and isolated. This isolation may have been deliberate. By placing the object at the deepest point, the builders ensured that it would remain concealed unless actively sought. Casual discovery was unlikely. Only sustained intrusion would reveal it. Even then, its presence did not announce significance. It did not glow or move. It did not react to observers. Its importance was conveyed through placement rather than behavior. The chamber did not demand attention. It did not overwhelm. It offered quiet certainty in a site defined by ambiguity. Those who encountered it often left without clear conclusions. They described the experience as grounding rather than unsettling. The chamber provided relief from the mind's disorientation, even as it deepened the mystery. This paradox is central to Dunwich. The deepest point offered clarity, not confusion, stability, not distortion. The object did not amplify the site's effects. It counterbalanced them. This counterbalance suggests intentional design. The builders may have understood the effects of the surrounding environment and placed the object to stabilize perception. or the object itself may have generated that stability. Without evidence, such interpretations remain speculative. What can be observed is the effect, not the cause. The chamber's existence complicates the narrative of Dunwich as uniformly disorienting. It introduces variation, a place where the environment resolves rather than distorts. This resolution does not explain the site. It does not reveal builders or purpose. It offers no answers. Instead, it suggests that the site was designed with internal logic, that the disorientation encountered elsewhere was not accidental, but balanced by a point of clarity. If this is the case, then the object serves as an anchor, not a focal point for worship or activity, but a stabilizing presence within a larger system. Such a system would not require interaction. It would function through placement alone. Once established, it would persist without maintenance. This interpretation aligns with the site's overall character. Dunwich does not demand engagement. It does not reward curiosity. It exists as a complete environment, indifferent to observation. The obelisk, if it can be called that, embodies this indifference. It does not reveal itself readily. It does not respond. It remains. In the absence of explanation, the object becomes a boundary. It marks the limit of what can be observed without inference. Beyond it lies speculation, unsupported by evidence. The mind's intrusion reached this boundary and stopped. Whether due to cost, caution, or coincidence, the deepest chamber remained largely untouched. The object continues to stand, isolated and complete, beneath layers of stone and water. It does not decay, it does not change. In this stillness, it preserves the question at the heart of Dunwich, not through concealment, but through clarity that offers no context. The builders left behind a structure that culminates in silence, a place where the environment resolves into stillness, yet meaning remains absent. The obelisk does not answer who built Dunwich. It ensures that the question remains grounded, anchored at the deepest point, beyond reach of simple explanation. It stands as a reminder that some structures are not meant to be interpreted through use or symbolism. They exist as conditions, shaping experience without conveying intent. The mine uncovered it by accident. Humanity encountered it without preparation, and in doing so, it reached the deepest layer of Dunwich without gaining understanding. The object remains, unchanged, indifferent, and complete, a quiet center beneath the Commonwealth, holding nothing, explaining nothing, and ensuring that the mystery endures. With the deepest chamber documented and its central structure left undisturbed, attention returned to a question that had followed the site from the beginning. Not what Dunwich was, but when it had been made. Age offered the possibility of placement within some timeline, even if purpose remained unclear. Yet every attempt to assign a date encountered the same obstacle. The site did not behave like something that aged in recognizable ways. Traditional methods of dating relied on context. Organic material could be measured, tool marks could be compared, layers of occupation could be sequenced. Dunwich offered none of these. There were no bones, no charcoal, no remnants of habitation. The absence of organic residue eliminated entire categories of analysis. Stone itself can be dated indirectly through erosion and mineral change. Surfaces exposed to air and water develop patterns over time. Corners soften, cracks propagate, deposits accumulate. At Dunwich, these indicators were inconsistent. Some surfaces appeared ancient, bearing subtle wear consistent with long isolation. Others looked comparatively recent, retaining sharpness that suggested minimal exposure. This inconsistency did not correlate with depth or location. Adjacent surfaces could exhibit different apparent ages. A corridor wall might show signs of prolonged isolation, while the chamber beyond it appeared untouched by time. These contrasts resisted linear interpretation. One explanation proposed was that the site had been sealed shortly after completion, protecting it from environmental processes. This would account for preservation, but not for variation. If the site had remained sealed uniformly, its surfaces should have aged similarly. The observed differences suggested either selective exposure or deliberate treatment. Attempts to identify mineral accretion patterns were similarly inconclusive. In natural caverns, water leaves deposits over time, forming recognizable structures. Stalactites and mineral films accumulate predictably. At Dunwich, such formations were rare and uneven. Where water had been present for extended periods, stone remained largely unchanged. Radiation dating, applied cautiously due to post-war contamination, offered little clarity. The site did not exhibit radiation signatures distinct from surrounding bedrock. This suggested that it predated the Great War, but provided no further resolution. The structures could have been centuries old or millennia old. The margin of error remained vast. The absence of construction debris complicated matters further. Building on this scale should have produced waste. Removed stone would need to go somewhere. Yet there were no spoil piles, no secondary chambers filled with discarded material. The stone that had been shaped appeared to have vanished. This disappearance suggested methods beyond removal. Perhaps the stone had been altered in place, reshaped rather than extracted. Such processes would leave minimal waste. Yet no known techniques could achieve this without leaving recognizable traces. If the builders possessed such techniques, they did not share them. They left behind only results, not evidence of process. The question of age thus became inseparable from the question of method. Without understanding how the site was constructed, it was impossible to infer when. Each line of inquiry collapsed into the other. Some observers suggested abandoning the search for precise dating in favor of relative placement. Dunwich was older than the mine, older than pre-war industry, likely older than recorded settlement. Beyond that, certainty dissolved. This uncertainty prompted reconsideration of what age meant in this context. Perhaps the site did not belong to a single moment. Perhaps it was created gradually, over periods too long to register as construction. This idea challenged assumptions about intent and agency, yet the site's coherence argued against gradual accretion. The structures did not show signs of iterative modification. They appeared unified, as though conceived and completed within a bounded interval. This unity suggested intention rather than emergence. If the site were ancient beyond recorded history, its builders would have needed to operate without leaving cultural traces elsewhere. This absence strained plausibility. Societies capable of such construction typically leave widespread evidence. Dunwich stood alone. Alternatively, the site might not belong to human history at all. This possibility remained unspoken in official contexts, yet it lingered at the edges of discussion. If the builders were not human, then human timelines might not apply. This idea did not require extraterrestrial origin. It required only that the builders existed outside the frameworks used to define civilization. They could have been transient, localized, or fundamentally different in priorities. Such speculation remained unsupported by evidence. It offered no more certainty than other explanations, yet it underscored the limits of existing models. The site's resistance to dating suggested that age, as a concept, might not be the appropriate lens. Dunwich did not present itself as ancient or recent. It presented itself as complete. Its relationship to time was not expressed through decay or accumulation, but through persistence. This persistence did not imply stasis. The site interacted with its environment subtly. Water moved, stone absorbed and released heat, sound behaved differently. These interactions occurred without altering the structure's integrity. The builders, if they anticipated this, designed for longevity rather than duration. They did not need the site to last a certain number of years. They needed it to remain unchanged. Such design would prioritize resistance to entropy. The stone's properties supported this. Its stability under varied conditions suggested an understanding of long-term preservation. In this context, the absence of dating markers becomes intentional rather than accidental. The builders did not want the site to be placed within a timeline. They did not encode age. They did not mark beginnings or endings. This absence ensures ambiguity. Without age, the site cannot be contextualized historically. It floats outside narrative, resisting integration into stories of progress or decline. Human history relies on sequence. Events follow one another. Dunwich does not participate in this sequence. It exists as a constant, intersecting with human activity only when disturbed. The Great War, which reset the surface world's timeline, had little effect on the deeper structures. This indifference to catastrophe further complicates dating. The site did not respond to events that reshaped everything else. If the builders intended this, they succeeded. Dunwich remained intact through upheaval, sealed beneath layers that absorbed shock and radiation. It did not need to be protected. It was already prepared. The question of age thus remains unresolved, not because of insufficient effort, but because the site does not offer the necessary variables. It does not behave like something that can be dated. This behavior suggests that age was not a relevant dimension for its creators. They did not situate their work within time, as humans do. They placed it within the land, allowing time to pass over it without consequence. This approach aligns with the site's broader refusal to explain itself. It does not communicate through symbols, function, or decay. It communicates through endurance. Endurance without context is difficult to interpret. It offers no narrative arc. It does not point backward or forward. It simply remains. In attempting to date Dunwich, observers confronted the limits of historical reasoning. Without markers, without sequence, without reference, age becomes an abstract concept rather than a measurable quantity. The site forces reconsideration of assumptions about construction and temporality. It suggests that something can be built to exist indefinitely without belonging to a particular era. This suggestion unsettles conventional understanding. Human structures are anchored in time. They reflect the moment of their creation. Dunwich does not. Its stone does not age visibly. Its form does not change. Its effects persist unchanged. It exists outside the cycles that define history. In this sense, Dunwich is neither ancient nor modern. It is simply present. The inability to date the site preserves its mystery. Without age, the builders cannot be placed. Without placement, origin remains speculative. The land holds the structure without revealing when it arrived. The stone offers no clues. The chambers remain silent. This silence is not emptiness. It is completeness without annotation. Dunwich does not tell a story of beginnings or endings. It offers no timeline to reconstruct. It resists the human impulse to situate everything within a sequence. In doing so, it ensures that the question of who built it cannot be answered through chronology. The builders remain outside time as it is recorded. The site stands beneath the Commonwealth as it always has, unaffected by passing eras. It does not decay into ruin. It does not emerge into relevance. It remains unchanged, unaged in any way that can be measured, holding its form across centuries, without revealing when that form was set. The question of age dissolves into the broader mystery. Dunwich cannot be dated because it was not meant to be placed in time. It exists beneath history, not within it. As efforts to assign age and origin continued to yield no clarity, interpretation narrowed toward two broad possibilities. Neither offered resolution. Both challenged assumptions. The structures beneath Dunwich were either created before human history as it was understood, or after it had effectively ended. The site resisted placement within the span of known civilization, leaving only the extremes. The idea of pre-human construction emerged not from imagination, but from elimination. If no known culture could be linked to the site, and if its methods exceeded those attributed to early societies, then the builders must have existed before recorded settlement. This interpretation did not require advanced technology in the modern sense. It required only that intelligence and intent had been present earlier than assumed. Such a presence would have left little trace if it operated beneath the surface. If its activities were limited in scope and concealed by design, its disappearance from the record becomes plausible. Human archaeology favors surface remains. What lies beneath stone often escapes notice unless disturbed. In this view, Dunwich becomes evidence of an earlier phase of activity that did not intersect with human development. The builders may not have competed for land or resources. They may not have left settlements or tools. Their work may have been localized, deliberate, and complete. This interpretation aligns with the site's isolation. There is no network of surface ruins, no transitional artifacts bridging eras. Dunwich stands alone, embedded within geology rather than history. The alternative possibility is equally unsettling, that the site was constructed after humanity's decline by entities that emerged in the absence of surface civilization. This interpretation draws on the site's indifference to post-war conditions. The structures did not adapt to radiation or mutation. They appeared unchanged, suggesting that they were not subject to the same constraints as human survivors. This does not imply recent construction. It implies construction outside the timeline that defines human experience. The builders, if post-human, may have operated under conditions that made surface devastation irrelevant. Such entities would not require surface infrastructure. They could have worked entirely below ground, shaping stone without concern for the world above. Their lack of interest in communication or legacy would explain the absence of markings or records. Yet this interpretation raises questions of motivation. Why build at all if no interaction was intended? Why create environments that alter perception without producing observable output? These questions remain unanswered, regardless of timeline. Importantly, neither possibility requires the builders to be hostile or benevolent. The site does not exhibit aggression or care. It exists without reacting to those who encounter it. Its effects are passive, contained, and consistent. This neutrality complicates human interpretation. We tend to frame unknown builders in terms of intent toward us. Dunwich offers no such orientation. It neither welcomes nor repels. It simply remains. The pre-human interpretation emphasizes continuity, that the land has been shaped by intelligence long before humans arrived, that human history occupies only a brief interval within a much longer sequence. Dunwich becomes a reminder of this scale, its builders lost not to catastrophe, but to time. The post-human interpretation emphasizes succession, that humanity may not be the final agent to shape the land, that intelligence can persist or arise independently of surface civilization. Dunwich becomes a sign of what follows rather than what preceded. Both interpretations challenge anthropocentric assumptions. They place human history as a segment rather than a center. Dunwich exists outside that segment, intersecting with it only accidentally. What unites these possibilities is their shared implication. The builders did not intend to be known. Whether they existed before or after humans, they did not leave evidence meant for discovery. Their work was complete without recognition. This absence of intent to communicate suggests that the site's purpose was internal. It did not rely on external validation. It did not require use by others. It was not meant to be inherited. The site's stability supports this. It does not decay into obscurity. It does not erode into irrelevance. It persists unchanged, fulfilling whatever role it was designed for, regardless of who notices. The mind's intrusion did not disrupt this fulfillment. It altered access, but not function. The site absorbed change without responding. In this way, the distinction between pre-human and post-human becomes less significant. Both imply builders unconcerned with human timelines. Both place Dunwich outside the narrative of civilization. This placement explains the site's resistance to classification. It does not fit categories derived from human activity. It does not behave like ruins or infrastructure. It does not exhibit signs of abandonment or adaptation. It exists as a finished work, sealed and enduring. The lack of interaction suggests that the builders did not anticipate return. They did not leave pathways or markers. They did not design for reuse. They completed their task and withdrew. Whether that withdrawal occurred long ago or is ongoing remains unknown. The site offers no evidence either way. Human presence within Dunwich feels incidental. The environment does not adjust. It does not react. It does not record. It remains indifferent. This indifference is perhaps the most unsettling aspect. The site does not acknowledge discovery. It does not respond to curiosity. It does not reward investigation. It exists without reference to observers. This quality suggests that the builders operated under a different conception of relevance. They did not measure success by impact on others. They did not seek influence or legacy. Their work was self-contained. Such a mindset challenges conventional understanding of construction. Humans build to solve problems, express values, or assert presence. Dunwich does none of these. The site does not solve a problem we can identify. It does not express values we recognize. It does not assert presence on the surface. It remains hidden unless disturbed. This hiddenness may be the point. Whether built before or after humanity, Dunwich demonstrates that intelligence does not require visibility, that intent can be fulfilled without acknowledgement. The site's existence forces reconsideration of what constitutes civilization. It suggests that structures can exist outside social frameworks. That construction does not require culture as humans define it. In this sense, Dunwich is neither artifact nor monument. It is an installation without audience. The question of who built it thus becomes secondary to the question of why it was built to be unseen. This question remains unanswered. The site offers no clues beyond its form and effects. It does not indicate alignment with human concerns. It does not position itself within our narratives. Whether pre-human or post-human, the builders remain beyond reach of identification. They did not leave behind a signature that could be decoded. Dunwich stands as evidence of activity without attribution, a structure without author. The mine uncovered it, but did not uncover its origin. The builders remain unnamed, not because records were lost, but because none were left. In this absence, Dunwich preserves its central ambiguity. It cannot be claimed by any era. It does not belong to the past or the future as humans define them. It exists beneath both, unchanged. The question of pre-human or post-human thus remains unresolved. Both possibilities persist without evidence to favor one. The site does not answer. It does not respond. It remains what it has always been, a presence embedded in stone, indifferent to chronology, and complete without explanation. As interpretation moved beyond builders and timelines, focus returned to a quieter question, not who or when, but where. Why this location? Why the Commonwealth? Why this particular convergence of stone, depth, and silence? The placement of Dunwich appeared deliberate, yet its surroundings offered no obvious justification. The surface geography of the site held no strategic value. It was not positioned along major trade routes, waterways, or fault lines that would attract attention. It did not sit atop rare resources that would explain focused interest. From above, it was ordinary land, indistinguishable from countless other stretches of terrain across the region. Beneath the surface, however, the land behaved differently. Geological surveys conducted before excavation noted subtle irregularities, not enough to deter development, but enough to suggest complexity. Layers of rock folded in unusual patterns. Cavities appeared where none were expected. Water moved through channels that defied predictable flow. These features did not form dramatic anomalies. They were quiet deviations, detectable only through careful measurement. Taken together, they suggested that the site occupied a point of convergence, not a single fault or deposit, but a meeting of conditions that created stability beneath variability. The deeper structures appeared to take advantage of this convergence. They aligned with natural formations rather than cutting across them. Chambers followed contours already present in the stone. Corridors curved in harmony with pressure lines rather than resisting them. This alignment minimized stress, allowing the structures to endure without reinforcement. Such harmony suggests selection rather than coincidence. The builders did not impose their design upon the land, they integrated it. This integration required knowledge of the site's internal dynamics, knowledge that could not be gained casually. The site's resilience through seismic activity supports this interpretation. The Commonwealth experienced geological shifts over centuries. Earthquakes, however minor, altered surface structures. The deeper chambers remained intact. Their placement absorbed movement without collapse. This resilience was not replicated everywhere. The builders did not construct identical sites indiscriminately. Dunwich represents one of few known instances. Its location likely met criteria that were both precise and rare. These criteria may not be apparent from the surface. They may involve pressure gradients, mineral composition, or subterranean acoustics, factors that influence perception and stability at depth, factors that human construction rarely considers. If the builders sought to create environments that altered experience, they would require locations capable of sustaining such effects. Not all land would suffice. Dunwich may have offered the necessary conditions. The recurrence of Dunwich sites elsewhere suggests that similar criteria were applied in other regions. Each site appears isolated, yet they share internal characteristics. This consistency implies a deliberate selection process. This process did not prioritize accessibility. It did not favor visibility or centrality. It favored concealment and stability. The sites were placed where they would remain undisturbed. In the Commonwealth, this meant depth beneath land that would eventually be developed. The builders may have anticipated surface change without caring about its specifics. They selected a location that would endure regardless of what was built above. This anticipation suggests foresight beyond human planning. Human builders account for decades, perhaps centuries. Dunwich endured for far longer without modification. The absence of surface markers supports this view. The builders did not signal the site's importance. They did not protect it through warning or boundary. They relied on depth and indifference to preserve it. This reliance was effective. The site remained hidden until industrial excavation forced intrusion. Even then, discovery was partial. Much remained sealed or inaccessible. The question of why the Commonwealth specifically was chosen remains open. The region may offer unique geological conditions, or it may simply be one of several suitable locations identified. The builders did not leave a map of sites. Humans discovered them by chance. This randomness of discovery does not imply randomness of placement. The land beneath the Commonwealth is ancient and complex. It bears scars and structures shaped by forces beyond human time. Dunwich integrates into this complexity seamlessly. This seamless integration suggests that the builders worked with the land rather than against it. They understood its patterns intimately. They placed their structures where they would be supported naturally. This understanding contrasts with human excavation, which often disrupts stability. The mine at Dunwich introduced stress where none had existed. It altered water flow. It exposed chambers to air and vibration. Despite this disruption, the deeper structures remained stable. Their placement absorbed change without failure. This stability reinforces the idea that the location was chosen carefully. The site's ability to influence perception may also depend on location. Subterranean acoustics, electromagnetic fields, or pressure gradients could contribute. These factors vary by site. Dunwich may represent an optimal configuration. If so, the builders selected locations that amplified desired effects. They did not need to modify stone extensively. They needed to position structures where natural conditions supported function. This approach would minimize effort while maximizing longevity. It would also reduce the need for maintenance or adaptation. The lack of redundancy suggests confidence. The builders did not create backups or replacements. They did not reinforce the site against failure. They trusted the land. This trust implies familiarity. They knew where to build and where not to. They did not experiment widely. They acted with precision. The Commonwealth's Dunwich thus becomes evidence of a selection process that humans cannot reconstruct fully. We lack the criteria, we lack the framework, yet the results remain observable. The site persists. It influences experience. It resists explanation. The land itself participates in this persistence. It holds the structures without revealing them. It conceals without erasing. This concealment is passive. The land does not defend the site. It simply absorbs it. The builders may have understood this relationship. They did not need barriers or guardians. They relied on geology. In this reliance, Dunwich exemplifies a different philosophy of construction, one that prioritizes endurance through integration rather than dominance. Human structures stand apart from their environment. They announce presence. Dunwich does not. It blends. This blending ensures that the site remains unnoticed until disturbed. It avoids attention. It avoids conflict. The question of why this location was chosen cannot be answered without understanding the builder's priorities. We can infer only that the land met requirements unknown to us. Those requirements may involve more than physical stability. They may include experiential qualities, depth, silence, isolation, conditions that shape perception. The Commonwealth offered such conditions. Beneath its surface lay spaces untouched by surface noise and activity. The builders took advantage of this quiet. The mine shattered that quiet temporarily, yet even then, the deeper chambers retained their character. This retention suggests that location matters as much as structure. The site's effects are not solely the result of architecture. They arise from the interaction between structure and land. In this interaction, Dunwich becomes inseparable from its location. It cannot be relocated or replicated arbitrarily. Its existence depends on where it is. This dependence reinforces the idea that the builders selected sites with care. They did not scatter structures randomly. They placed them where they would function as intended. The Commonwealth's Dunwich is one such placement. It exists because the land allowed it. The surface world above changed dramatically. Civilizations rose and fell. War reshaped the landscape. The site remained. This endurance validates the builder's choice. They selected a location that would persist through upheaval. The land beneath the Commonwealth continues to hold the structure without revealing its origin. It offers no explanation. It simply supports. The question of why this location was chosen thus remains unresolved. Yet the evidence suggests that the choice was deliberate, informed, and effective. Dunwich stands where it does because the land allowed it to exist quietly, unchanged, and concealed. The builders trusted the land to preserve their work, and the land has done so. In this trust lies another unanswered question, one that cannot be resolved through excavation or analysis. Why this place? Why here? The land offers no answer. It simply holds what was placed within it, maintaining the mystery through silence and endurance. Dunwich remains embedded in the Commonwealth not as an accident of geography, but as a deliberate intersection of structure and stone. And that intersection continues to resist understanding, grounded firmly in a location chosen with care by hands or forces that left no trace beyond the structure itself. As questions of placement and design deepened, another absence became increasingly difficult to ignore. Not an absence of artifacts or builders, but an absence of records. In a world defined by documentation, contracts, permits, and archives, Dunwich existed without paper trail. Its presence beneath the Commonwealth was not mirrored by its presence in history. Pre-war society was meticulous in its record-keeping. Corporations documented every expenditure. Governments archived every survey. Construction on the scale suggested by Dunwich would have required planning, authorization, and coordination, and yet no such documentation existed. There were no blueprints, no proposals, no references buried in forgotten filing systems. This absence could not be attributed entirely to destruction. While the Great War erased vast amounts of data, it did not erase everything. Fragments of far more mundane projects survived: transit expansions, utility lines, minor developments. If Dunwich had been part of any official initiative, traces should have remained. The lack of records extended beyond the Commonwealth. Archives from other regions showed no mention of comparable construction efforts. There was no centralized project, no distributed planning effort. The site did not belong to any known institutional framework. This silence suggests that Dunwich was never meant to be recorded. It was not omitted accidentally. It was excluded by design or by irrelevance to systems that documented history. If the builders operated outside human institutions, then human archives would naturally lack reference. But even then, secondary records might exist. Rumors, observations, anomalous reports. Yet nothing surfaced that pointed to Dunwich prior to excavation. The mine's own records reflected this gap. Early surveys noted irregularities without context. Later reports documented discoveries without reference to prior knowledge. The site emerged into documentation only when disturbed. This pattern suggests that Dunwich entered human awareness late. It was not a known location that fell into obscurity. It was an unknown location that became known briefly, then receded again. The name itself offers little guidance. It appears in records without explanation, as though inherited rather than assigned. Its origin is undocumented, its meaning opaque. It does not clarify the site's history, it merely labels it. The absence of records raises questions about intentional concealment. Did the builders actively suppress information, or did they operate in a way that left no trace to suppress? Active concealment would require interaction with human systems, erasing records, influencing institutions, altering memory. There is no evidence of such intervention. The site does not exhibit signs of manipulation beyond its physical structure. Passive concealment, by contrast, requires only indifference. If the builders did not interact with surface systems, then no records would exist. Their work would remain undocumented simply because it was never observed. This interpretation aligns with the site's overall character. Dunwich does not engage, it does not communicate, it does not announce. It exists quietly until disturbed. The builders did not leave behind records because they did not operate within frameworks that required them. They did not need permits or approvals. They did not coordinate across human institutions. The absence of records also suggests that the builders did not anticipate discovery. They did not prepare explanations. They did not leave guidance for future interpreters. They assumed that their work would remain unseen. This assumption was largely correct. Dunwich remained hidden for an extended period. Only industrial intrusion forced exposure. Even then, discovery was partial and fragmented. The mine's documentation was shaped by practical necessity rather than curiosity. Records focused on cost, safety, and output. The deeper structures were noted only insofar as they interfered with operations. Thus, even when Dunwich entered the record, it did so obliquely. It appeared as an anomaly, not as a subject of study. Its documentation was incidental rather than intentional. Post-war attempts to reconstruct pre-war history faced similar limitations. Archives were incomplete, oral histories unreliable. In this environment, Dunwich's absence became even more pronounced. Survivors spoke of the site cautiously, if at all. It was known as a place of disturbance, not as a location with history. Stories focused on experience rather than origin. The lack of records made speculation easier, but verification impossible. This absence of documentation has persisted into the present. No new records have emerged. No forgotten archive has revealed plans or explanations. Dunwich remains undocumented by design or default. The absence itself becomes a form of evidence. It suggests that Dunwich does not belong to recorded history. It exists outside systems that preserve memory. Human history relies on record keeping to maintain continuity. Without records, events fade. Dunwich bypassed this mechanism entirely. It never entered the stream of documented activity. This bypass ensures that the site remains resistant to integration. Without records, it cannot be contextualized. Without context, it cannot be explained. The builders, if they existed, did not seek recognition. They did not leave signatures. They did not embed their work within systems of accountability. This lack of accountability suggests confidence. They did not fear discovery or reinterpretation. They did not need to justify their actions. Alternatively, it suggests that justification was irrelevant. The builders did not operate within moral or political frameworks that required explanation. The absence of records also protects the site from reinterpretation. Without documentation, it cannot be repurposed easily. It cannot be claimed or co-opted. It remains ambiguous. This ambiguity may be intentional. By leaving no records, the builders ensured that their work could not be understood through narrative. It could only be experienced. Experience is ephemeral. It leaves no trace beyond memory. Memories fade, distort, and die with individuals. In this way, Dunwich resists permanence in human terms. The structures endure physically, but their meaning does not. It dissolves with each generation, remaining unresolved. This unresolved state aligns with the site's overall design. It does not demand interpretation. It does not offer explanation. It persists without context. The absence of records ensures that future attempts to understand Dunwich will face the same limitations as past ones. Each generation must start anew, without inherited knowledge. This reset prevents accumulation of understanding. It keeps the site perpetually unknown. If the builders intended this outcome, they achieved it. Dunwich remains outside history, despite being embedded beneath it. The mine created records of intrusion, not of origin. It documented disruption without explaining what was disrupted. In this way, Dunwich entered history only as an absence, a gap where information should be. This gap is not accidental. It is consistent across regions and eras. It suggests a pattern of non-documentation. The site does not suffer from lost records. It suffers from records that were never created. This distinction matters. Lost records imply erasure. Absent records imply non-participation. Dunwich did not lose its history. It never had one, at least not one preserved in human terms. The builders did not leave behind a story. They left behind stone. Stone does not tell history, it endures. In enduring without record, Dunwich ensures that the question of who built it cannot be answered through archives or research. It must remain speculative. The absence of records thus becomes the site's most effective defense against explanation. It cannot be traced, it cannot be contextualized, it cannot be placed. It exists as a physical presence without historical anchor. And in that absence, Dunwich maintains its silence. The land holds the structure. The structure holds no record. History passes above it, unaware. Only when disturbed does Dunwich enter awareness, and even then, it offers no documentation to guide interpretation. The absence remains complete. No records exist because none were needed. And so the question persists, unanswered, preserved by silence rather than secrecy. Dunwich does not hide its origin. It simply does not record it. In a world defined by memory and documentation, this absence ensures that the mystery remains intact, untouched by explanation, anchored beneath the Commonwealth, as it always has been. The mine altered Dunwich in ways that were both immediate and subtle. Its machinery cut through layers of stone that had remained untouched for an immeasurable span of time. Tunnels intersected chambers that had never been exposed to air. Water flowed into spaces that had remained dry. The act of excavation introduced change where none had existed. leaving behind marks that could not be reversed. Yet despite this intrusion, the deeper structures endured. They did not collapse or degrade when breached. They absorbed disruption without losing coherence. In this resilience, Dunwich revealed another aspect of its nature. It could be scarred without being destroyed. The mine functioned as an unintended form of archaeology. It did not uncover artifacts with care or intent. It tore through stone in pursuit of resources, revealing what lay beneath by accident rather than design. In doing so, it exposed layers of history that were never meant to be seen. Each tunnel cut into the site removed context. Walls were breached without documentation. Corridors were widened or sealed based on necessity rather than preservation. The original relationships between spaces were altered or erased. What emerged was fragmentary, shaped by industrial need rather than historical continuity. This fragmentation transformed Dunwich into a scarred environment, not a ruin in the traditional sense, but a place where original form had been interrupted. The mine did not simply reveal the site, it damaged it. Yet, even damaged, the deeper structures retained their character. Portions that remained intact continued to influence perception. Disorientation persisted, stillness remained. The effects described elsewhere did not vanish when the site was altered. They adapted. This adaptation suggests that Dunwich's influence does not depend on completeness. The site does not require its full configuration to function. Even fragments exert the same subtle effects as the whole. This property complicates interpretation. If the site's purpose were tied to specific arrangements, disruption should diminish its effects. Instead, those effects persist, suggesting that the environment itself carries influence independent of precise form. The mine's scars did not erase Dunwich, they merely overlaid it with another layer of history. Industrial corridors intersected older chambers. Reinforced supports cut across stone shaped long before. These layers coexist, neither fully integrating nor fully separating. This coexistence creates a tension within the site. Modern intrusion and ancient structure occupy the same space without reconciling. The mine does not replace Dunwich, it sits atop it, altering access without altering essence. Workers moving through these intersecting layers often sensed this division. They recognized when they passed from industrial tunnel into something older, even when physical boundaries were indistinct. The transition was felt rather than seen. The mine's presence also introduced noise, vibration, and routine. These elements contrasted sharply with the deeper chamber's stillness. Where machinery dominated, the site's influence diminished. Where activity ceased, it returned. This pattern reinforces the idea that Dunwich thrives in absence. Its effects emerge when interference is minimal. The mine's scars created pockets of silence amid activity, allowing the deeper environment to reassert itself. In some cases, sealing a chamber preserved its influence more effectively than leaving it exposed. Barriers reduced traffic, restoring stillness. Behind these barriers, the site's character remained unchanged. Thus, the mine unintentionally became a curator of sorts. By sealing off areas deemed impractical, it preserved fragments of Dunwich in near original condition. These sealed spaces retained coherence, shielded from further alteration. Other areas were not so fortunate. Some chambers were partially destroyed, their geometry disrupted. Even here, the stone did not degrade. Broken surfaces retained unusual properties. The site's influence persisted, though altered in expression. The mine's scars also complicated future study. By altering original relationships between spaces, it obscured patterns that might have been discernible in an intact site. Vertical alignments were disrupted, corridors severed, context lost. This loss of context is irreversible. The original configuration cannot be reconstructed fully. Any attempt to understand Dunwich now must contend with this damage. Yet the builders, if they anticipated disturbance, may have designed for this outcome. The site's resilience suggests that it was not fragile. It could endure alteration without losing function. This endurance implies that the builders did not expect preservation in human terms. They did not rely on intact form. They allowed for disruption. The mine represents one such disruption. It did not negate the site's presence. It revealed it incompletely, then withdrew. After operations ceased, the mine itself fell into decay. Machinery rusted, tunnels flooded, human activity receded. The site began to reclaim stillness. As noise faded, Dunwich's influence returned. The deeper chambers resumed their quiet state. The scars remained, but their impact diminished as interference waned. This cycle underscores Dunwich's independence from human activity. It persists regardless of intrusion. It adapts without changing. The mine's role as accidental archaeology thus reveals more about human behavior than about the site itself. Humans uncover without understanding, alter without preserving, then move on. Dunwich absorbs this behavior without response. It does not retaliate or repair. It simply remains. The scar left by the mine becomes part of the site's history, layered atop what came before. It does not replace earlier layers. It adds to them. This layering reflects the broader history of the Commonwealth. Civilizations build, disrupt, and abandon. The land holds their traces without preference. Dunwich exemplifies this process. It was built, sealed, disturbed, and partially resealed. Through each phase, it retained its core characteristics. The mine did not create Dunwich. It revealed it imperfectly. It damaged it without understanding. This imperfect revelation ensures that the site remains mysterious. Without full context, interpretation remains speculative. The builder's work survives beneath the scars, inaccessible in its original form. What humans see is incomplete, shaped by accident rather than intent. This incompleteness frustrates attempts at explanation. It ensures that no single theory can be confirmed. The mine's scars thus preserve the mystery as effectively as concealment would have. By disrupting context, they prevent resolution. Dunwich remains beneath the Commonwealth, altered but intact, scarred but enduring. The land holds both the ancient structure and the modern wound. Together, they tell a story of intrusion without comprehension, of endurance without explanation. The mine has faded into ruin. Dunwich remains. The scar does not define the site. It marks the moment when human ambition intersected with something older and quieter. That intersection did not produce understanding. It produced a wound. And beneath that wound, the deeper structure persists, unchanged in its refusal to explain itself, holding its silence through damage and decay alike. The mine came and went. Dunwich stayed. Despite extensive intrusion, one absence remained absolute. There were no remains, no bodies, no fragments, no traces of those who built the structures beneath Dunwich. This absence persisted across every chamber, corridor, and sealed space. It was not the result of decay or erosion. It was foundational. Human construction leaves residue. Even when civilizations vanish, they leave behind bones, tools, waste, or signs of habitation. Dunwich offered none of these. There were no burial sites, no discarded materials, no areas that suggested prolonged presence. The site did not contain evidence of life as humans recognize it. This absence could not be explained by time alone. Organic material degrades, but not without trace. Mineralization preserves form. Impressions remain. At Dunwich, even indirect indicators were missing. The stone did not bear marks of repeated contact. Floors were unscuffed, walls unmarked by wear. The lack of remains extended to tools. Construction on this scale would require implements. These too were absent. There were no fragments embedded in stone, no abandoned devices sealed behind walls. The builders left nothing behind that could be identified as equipment. This completeness suggested intentional withdrawal rather than disappearance. The site did not resemble a place where activity ended abruptly. There were no unfinished sections, no signs of interruption. Everything appeared resolved. If the builders had perished, they did not do so here. If they departed, they did so completely. The site does not contain evidence of abandonment. It contains evidence of conclusion. This conclusion challenges narratives of catastrophe. There is no indication of collapse, conflict, or disaster. The site did not suffer failure. It did not become a tomb. It was left empty by design. The absence of remains also complicates theories of purpose. If the site were meant to house beings, it does not appear to have done so for long. There are no signs of habitation infrastructure, no provisions, no waste management. The structures do not support sustained occupancy. This suggests that the builders did not live here. They used the site, then left, or they created it without ever occupying it in a way that left trace. Such behavior aligns with the site's broader character. Dunwich does not invite presence. It does not accommodate comfort. It does not support life as humans define it. It exists independently of inhabitants. The builder's absence may therefore be intentional. They did not intend to remain. They did not intend to return. Their work was complete without continued involvement. This interpretation aligns with the absence of maintenance. The site does not show signs of repair or modification over time. It remains as it was left. This suggests confidence in durability and purpose. If the builders anticipated that their work would persist, they did not need to remain. They trusted the structure to endure without oversight. This trust implies foresight. The builders understood the environment well enough to leave without concern for degradation. They did not fear collapse or erosion. The lack of remains also precludes identification. Without bodies or tools, there is no biological or technological signature to analyze. The builders remain undefined. This undefined state is not accidental. It is consistent across the site. It suggests that the builders did not want to be known. They did not leave behind identity markers. They did not carve representations. They did not encode language. They erased themselves from their work. This erasure may not reflect secrecy. It may reflect irrelevance. The builders may not have considered identity important to the site's function. Human construction often reflects ego, names, symbols, signatures. Dunwich lacks all of these. It does not assert authorship. This lack of assertion suggests a different relationship between creator and creation. The builders did not seek recognition. They did not embed themselves within the structure. Instead, they allowed the structure to exist independently. It does not point back to them. It does not reference origin. The site's emptiness reinforces this independence. Without remains, the site cannot be reduced to a memorial or relic. It is not a ruin. It is a finished work. This distinction matters. Ruins imply loss. Dunwich implies completion. The builders did not die here. They did not abandon the site due to failure. They left because there was nothing more to do. This interpretation aligns with the site's stability. It does not exhibit signs of stress or decay. It remains intact. The absence of remains also suggests that the builders did not require the site to be inhabited. Its purpose, whatever it was, did not depend on presence. This purpose may have been environmental rather than operational. The site may function through its existence rather than through use. If this is the case, then the builder's departure was essential. Continued presence might have interfered with function. This possibility reframes absence as design. The site works because it is empty. Human intrusion disrupted this emptiness temporarily. The mine introduced activity, noise, and presence. Yet, even then, the deeper structures retained their character. Once the mine ceased operations, emptiness returned. The site resumed its intended state. This return suggests that the builders anticipated interruption. They did not design against it. They designed for persistence. The absence of remains thus serves a purpose. It prevents misinterpretation. Without bodies or tools, the site cannot be easily categorized. This categorization resistance preserves ambiguity. It ensures that future observers cannot assign the site to known frameworks. The builder's anonymity is complete. They are not hidden, they are absent. This absence is not a void, it is an outcome. Dunwich does not ask who built it. It does not reference origin. It exists without context. The lack of remains ensures that the question of authorship cannot be answered through discovery. It must remain speculative. This speculation does not resolve. It circles back to absence. The builders did not leave behind a trace of themselves. They left behind a structure that does not require them. This separation between creator and creation is rare in human history. It suggests a different conception of purpose. The builders did not define themselves through their work. They did not immortalize identity. They allowed the work to stand alone. In doing so, they ensured that the site would never be reduced to biography or narrative. It would not become a story about them. It would remain a story about absence. The mine uncovered chambers without inhabitants, corridors without footprints, stone without signature. This emptiness is consistent. It does not vary by depth or location. It is complete. The absence of remains is not a mystery to be solved. It is a condition to be acknowledged. Dunwich does not contain ghosts of builders. It contains no evidence that they ever lingered. Whatever shaped the site did so without leaving behind a self. This absence is perhaps the clearest indication of intent. The builders did not want to be found. They did not want to be remembered. They wanted the structure to exist without them, and so it does. The chambers remain empty. The stone remains silent. The builders are gone in a way that leaves no trace. Not lost, not erased, simply absent. And in that absence, Dunwich preserves its most enduring quality. A structure without an author, existing beneath the Commonwealth, complete and empty, refusing to answer the question of who built it by offering nothing at all in return. When the question of builders, age, and remains had exhausted every conventional explanation, one final assumption remained to be examined: that the structures beneath Dunwich must have been created for a reason that humans could recognize, that they must serve a function that could be identified, categorized, and explained. This assumption, more than any other, shaped attempts to understand the site, and it was this assumption that Dunwich consistently refused. Human construction is defined by utility. Even symbolic structures serve a purpose, whether ceremonial, commemorative, or political. They guide movement, gather people, store resources, or transmit meaning. Dunwich did none of these things. Every attempt to assign function ended in contradiction. The chambers did not facilitate movement. Corridors curved unnecessarily, leading nowhere useful. Pathways terminated without destination. Vertical alignment existed without connection. Movement through the site was possible, but not efficient, not encouraged, and not directed. The structures did not house activity. There were no spaces suited for work, rest, or congregation. No areas designed for prolonged presence. No features that supported life or labor. The environment did not invite use. Nor did the site appear defensive. There were no choke points, barriers, or vantage positions. Walls were thick but not strategic. The layout did not restrict access or protect anything identifiable. Security, as humans understand it, was not a priority. Storage was equally implausible. The chambers contained no recesses, containers, or sealed volumes meant to hold objects. There was nothing to store and nowhere to store it. The site did not function as a vault. Energy generation or transmission offered no better explanation. There were no conduits, channels, or structures that suggested flow, no residues, no signs of output. Instruments detected nothing that indicated ongoing process. Even symbolic interpretation faltered. Symbols require repetition, emphasis, or reference. Dunwich offered only form, geometry without iconography, alignment without message, space without narrative. This absence of recognizable function is not accidental. It is consistent across the site. It suggests that the builders did not intend the structures to be used in the way humans use buildings. They did not design for interaction. Instead, the site appears to function by existing. Its presence alone alters perception. It influences experience without requiring participation. It does not need to be operated, activated, or maintained. This kind of function is difficult to accept because it does not align with human expectations. We assume that purpose must involve action. Dunwich suggests otherwise. It suggests that purpose can be passive. The site does not do anything. It does not act upon the world. It does not change conditions beyond its boundaries. It remains contained. Yet, within that containment, it alters how space is perceived. This alteration does not produce outcome. It produces condition. Those who enter experience shifts in orientation, time, and awareness. These shifts do not lead to revelation or transformation. They do not accumulate. They dissipate upon leaving. Thus, the site's function, if it has one, is not to create change, but to maintain a state, a condition of perception that exists only within its bounds. Such a function would not require use or interaction. It would require only stability and persistence. The site fulfills these requirements precisely. This interpretation aligns with the builder's apparent priorities. They did not leave instructions. They did not leave records. They did not remain. Their work did not require oversight or participation. The site is complete without users. This completeness challenges the assumption that structures must serve occupants. Dunwich does not accommodate, it exists. The mind's intrusion temporarily introduced activity, but this activity did not integrate. Once the mind ceased, the site returned to stillness. Its condition persisted unchanged. This persistence suggests that the site's function is not dependent on human presence. It does not require witnesses. It does not require recognition. If the site were a tool, it would require operation. If it were a message, it would require interpretation. Dunwich requires neither. It exists as an environment that produces a consistent, experiential effect without outcome. This kind of function is difficult to frame within human systems of meaning. We seek cause and effect. Dunwich offers cause without effect. The builders may have understood this distinction. They may have created the site not to achieve a result, but to sustain a condition indefinitely. Such a condition could be informational rather than instrumental. The site may preserve something intangible, not objects or data, but spatial relationships. These relationships do not transmit information. They maintain configuration. This configuration does not change. It does not decay. It does not require input. It remains. From this perspective, the lack of recognizable function is not a failure of interpretation. It is evidence that the site was not built for function as humans define it. The builders did not seek to solve a problem. They did not seek to influence behavior beyond subtle shifts in perception. They did not seek to leave legacy. They created something that exists for its own sake. This self-contained purpose explains many of the site's characteristics: the absence of artifacts, the absence of remains, the absence of records, the absence of explanation. Nothing was needed beyond the structure itself. The site does not break when disturbed. It absorbs intrusion. It continues to exist. Human frameworks struggle with such autonomy. We assume that everything is part of a system. Dunwich resists integration. It cannot be easily exploited or repurposed. Its lack of function makes it useless for conventional goals. This uselessness may be intentional. By refusing function, the site avoids appropriation. The builders ensured that their work could not be claimed, controlled, or weaponized. It does not produce value in economic or strategic terms. It remains outside systems of exchange. This positioning suggests a deliberate avoidance of impact. The builders did not seek to alter the world. They sought to create a stable pocket within it. The mind's failure to find value in the deeper structures reinforces this interpretation. The site offered nothing to extract, nothing to profit from. It resisted commodification through irrelevance. The builders succeeded in creating a structure that persists without consequence. It does not escalate conflict. It does not provoke worship. It does not attract sustained attention. It remains marginal. This marginality ensures longevity. The site will not be destroyed for resources. It will not be dismantled for parts. It will be left alone. Dunwich does not announce importance. It avoids it. The question of function dissolves under this understanding. The site does not function in the human sense. It exists in a different category. It is not a machine, not a temple, not a vault, not a city. It is a condition embedded in stone. The builders did not need humans to understand it. They did not need it to be used. They needed it to remain. And it has. The site persists beneath the Commonwealth, unchanged by attempts to assign meaning or purpose. Its refusal to explain itself through function preserves its mystery more effectively than secrecy ever could. There is nothing to misuse, nothing to activate, nothing to interpret definitively. Dunwich does not answer the question of why it was built. It demonstrates that the question itself may be misplaced. Not everything that is built is meant to be used. Some things are meant only to exist, and Dunwich exists, complete and unresolved, beneath the land, holding its form without offering function, ensuring that the mystery remains intact. With function set aside, what remained was influence, not action, not output, but effect. Dunwich did not do anything in the conventional sense, yet it altered those who passed through it. This alteration did not manifest as injury or transformation. It appeared instead as subtle shifts in awareness that left no lasting trace once the site was exited. The influence was not aggressive. It did not impose itself. It emerged quietly, noticeable only in contrast to normal perception. Time felt less anchored. Space felt less reliable. These sensations did not escalate. They did not accumulate. They appeared, lingered briefly, then dissolved. Importantly, the site did not project outward. Its influence was contained. Beyond certain depths and boundaries, perception returned to baseline. The effects did not follow individuals to the surface. They did not persist in memory with clarity. They faded, leaving behind uncertainty rather than consequence. This containment distinguishes Dunwich from environments associated with contamination or exposure. Radiation spreads. Toxins linger. Dunwich does neither. Its influence remains localized, activated only by presence within specific spaces. This localization suggests design. The builders did not create something that altered the world indiscriminately. They created something that altered experience only when intersected directly. The site does not reach out, it waits. Those who entered were not targeted. There was no pattern of selection. The influence appeared indifferent to identity, intention, or belief. It did not respond differently to different individuals. It remained consistent in form, variable only in degree. This consistency reinforces the idea that Dunwich's influence is environmental rather than communicative. It does not convey information. It shapes conditions under which perception operates differently. The absence of message is critical. Influence without instruction prevents interpretation from settling into narrative. Those affected do not receive answers. They receive impressions without context. These impressions do not resolve into understanding. They resist explanation. They remain fragments. This fragmentation ensures that Dunwich cannot be easily mythologized. Without clear outcomes or revelations, stories fade quickly. The site does not produce legends that persist intact. It produces anecdotes that dissipate. The builders, if they intended this, achieved a balance. The site is noticeable enough to unsettle, but not enough to dominate. It does not inspire fear or reverence reliably. It does not create followers or adversaries. It remains marginal. The influence also appears to be passive rather than responsive. The site does not change based on interaction. Repeated visits do not intensify effects. There is no escalation with exposure. This passivity suggests that the site is not monitoring or reacting. It does not observe those who enter. It does not adapt. It exists as a static condition. This static nature contrasts with human systems, which evolve through use. Dunwich does not evolve, it does not learn, it does not decay. Its influence remains the same regardless of era or context. Pre-war workers experienced similar effects to those who entered later. The Great War did not alter this behavior. Such temporal consistency suggests that the influence is not tied to surface events. It arises from internal properties that remain stable. These properties may involve geometry, material, or spatial configuration. The exact mechanism remains unknown. What can be observed is the outcome. The outcome is subtle disruption of certainty, not confusion, but loosening. The sense that space and time are not fixed, but contingent. This loosening does not persist beyond the sight. It does not undermine long-term cognition. It does not alter behavior outside. Thus, Dunwich influences without consequence. This lack of consequence is perhaps the most unusual aspect. Environments that alter perception often leave lasting impressions. Dunwich does not. It produces experience without aftermath. This characteristic suggests that the site was not designed to change those who enter. It was designed to remain unchanged itself. The influence may therefore be incidental rather than purposeful, a byproduct of structure rather than a goal. If so, the builders prioritized stability over effect. They did not tune the site to produce experience. They allowed experience to emerge naturally from configuration. This approach aligns with the absence of instruction. The builders did not direct interaction. They did not anticipate response. They created a space that exists and allowed any influence to be secondary. This secondary nature explains why the site does not assert itself. It does not call attention. It does not demand entry. It is discovered accidentally, then set aside. The mine encountered this influence without understanding. Workers adapted briefly, then moved on. After the mine ceased operations, the site returned to isolation. Its influence remained dormant, waiting without intention. This dormancy suggests that the site does not require activation. It does not cycle. It does not trigger. It exists in a steady state. The idea of influence without presence reframes the question of builders. They did not need to remain to maintain effect. They did not need to oversee. Their work persists without them. This persistence without agency challenges human assumptions about creation. We assume that influence requires intent and maintenance. Dunwich contradicts this. It demonstrates that structures can influence experience passively, without ongoing intervention. This passive influence ensures that the site does not become a focal point. It does not draw attention consistently. It does not alter history. It remains beneath notice. The builders may have intended this invisibility. By limiting influence to direct intersection, they ensured that the site would not interfere with surface development. Humanity could rise, fall, rebuild, and the site would remain unaffected. This non-interference suggests that the builders did not seek to shape human outcomes. They did not position themselves as observers or manipulators. They built, then withdrew. The influence left behind is minimal, contained, and reversible. It does not trap. It does not mark. Those who leave carry nothing with them. This containment protects the site from escalation. It prevents cycles of obsession or exploitation. The builders ensured that curiosity would not be rewarded with clarity. Without clarity, sustained interest fades. Dunwich thus maintains its obscurity, not through defense, but through restraint. It influences without revealing. It affects without changing. This restraint may be the site's defining feature. It is not dramatic. It is not hostile. It is quiet, quiet enough to endure. The site does not announce presence through power or force. It announces through subtle deviation from expectation. And when that deviation is no longer perceived, it disappears into the background. This disappearing act is not illusion, it is design. The builders created something that would not dominate attention. They created a structure that would remain peripheral. In doing so, they ensured longevity. Dunwich remains beneath the Commonwealth. exerting influence only when encountered, then releasing it without trace. It does not claim territory, it does not expand. It waits. This waiting does not imply anticipation, it implies completion. The builders did not leave something unfinished that requires activation. They left something finished that requires nothing, and so Dunwich continues to exist as it always has, influencing without presence, altering without consequence, remaining without explanation. It does not answer the question of who built it. It demonstrates how little that answer may matter. What remains is not a builder, not a purpose, not a message. What remains is a place that exists quietly, altering perception only when entered, then releasing it, ensuring that the mystery endures without ever demanding resolution. After the Great War reshaped the surface of the Commonwealth, Dunwich slipped back into obscurity. The mine that had uncovered it fell silent, machinery rusted, tunnels flooded. Human presence receded, leaving behind only fragments of intrusion layered over something far older and quieter. In the aftermath, the deeper chambers returned to stillness. Those who ventured near the site in the years that followed did so without records or maps. Knowledge of the mine survived only in rumor and incomplete memory. The land around it became hazardous, not because of Dunwich itself, but because of the broader collapse. Radiation, mutated wildlife, and instability discouraged settlement. Dunwich was avoided by circumstance rather than intent. Occasionally, scavengers or travelers stumbled upon the remains of the mining operation. They found collapsed entrances, flooded corridors, and warning signs whose meanings had faded. Few pressed deeper. Those who did rarely stayed long. They reported unease without danger, confusion without threat. Stories emerged slowly. They were inconsistent and fragmentary. Some spoke of losing track of time underground. Others mentioned hearing sounds that could not be traced. These accounts lacked cohesion. They were shared quietly, often dismissed as exaggeration or stress. Importantly, Dunwich did not become a destination. It did not attract raiders seeking resources or shelter. The site offered nothing of value. No salvageable technology, no defensible position, no reliable water source. Its emptiness discouraged occupation. Settlements formed elsewhere, where survival needs could be met. Dunwich remained peripheral, known but not pursued. This marginality preserved it. Among those who lived nearby, a quiet understanding developed. The site was not dangerous in the usual sense, but it was not useful. It was spoken of as a place that did not reward curiosity. Those who entered returned unchanged, yet unsettled. There was no reason to go back. This lack of incentive prevented myth from solidifying. Without clear outcomes, stories did not grow. Dunwich remained an anecdote rather than a legend. Some survivors speculated that the site was cursed or haunted. These explanations were short-lived. They lacked reinforcement. No pattern of harm emerged. No repeated tragedy. The site did not claim victims. Without consequence, fear dissipated. Those who passed near Dunwich often avoided it instinctively, not out of terror, but out of disinterest. It did not promise shelter or safety. It did not threaten harm. It existed without relevance. This irrelevance is significant. In the post-war world, relevance determines survival. Places that offer resources become contested. Dunwich offered nothing. Thus, it remained untouched. Over time, the mine's remains deteriorated further. Flooding sealed access to deeper levels. Entrances collapsed. The site became physically difficult to reach. This difficulty further reduced interaction. Yet even when accessed, the deeper structures persisted. They did not degrade. They did not collapse. They remained intact, beneath layers of debris and water. Those who reached these depths reported experiences similar to those described before the war. Disorientation, stillness, subtle shifts in perception. These effects did not intensify, they did not change. The consistency across eras suggests that Dunwich's influence was unaffected by surface conditions. The war did not alter it, human absence did not diminish it. Despite this persistence, Dunwich did not assert itself in the post-war narrative. It did not become a focal point for cult or conflict. It did not draw attention from factions or institutions. This lack of attention allowed it to remain as it had been, isolated, quiet. The post-war world created countless mysteries. Dunwich became one among many, easily overlooked. Without documentation or visible impact, it faded into the background of a fractured landscape. Those who knew of it often chose silence. There was nothing to gain by speaking of it, no warning to give, no treasure to promise. This silence ensured continuity. Each generation encountered Dunwich without inherited interpretation. They experienced it directly, then moved on. In this way, Dunwich resisted assimilation into post-war culture. It did not become symbol or story. It remained a place without meaning. The absence of meaning protected it. Without narrative, it could not be weaponized or claimed. It remained beyond politics and power. The deeper chambers waited beneath the Commonwealth, unchanged by the chaos above. The builder's work persisted through catastrophe. Without adapting or responding, human survival focused elsewhere. Dunwich required nothing. This requirement of nothing ensured endurance. The site did not need guardians or secrecy. It relied on indifference. And indifference proved effective. Dunwich survived the end of the world not because it was hidden, but because it was irrelevant. Its continued existence depended on being overlooked. The survivors overlooked it. The land closed around it once more. The mine decayed. The deeper structures remained. In the quiet years that followed, Dunwich returned to the state it had occupied for most of its existence. Undisturbed, unremarked, and unchanged. It did not wait to be rediscovered. It did not anticipate return. It simply remained beneath the Commonwealth, holding its form without presence, its influence without consequence. And so, long after the war, Dunwich persisted not as a place of danger or importance, but as a place that refused to matter. In a world defined by struggle and scarcity, irrelevance became its greatest protection. The survivors moved on. Dunwich stayed. As the Commonwealth began to take shape again through scattered settlements and fragile trade routes, the land quietly reorganized itself around Dunwich. Not through active avoidance or deliberate exclusion, but through gradual adjustment. Paths shifted, routes curved, human movement flowed elsewhere. Caravans established trails that favored reliability. They followed terrain that offered clear landmarks, access to water, and defensible rest points. Dunwich provided none of these. Its surface remained unremarkable, its subsurface inaccessible, its surroundings unstable due to the decaying mine infrastructure. Traders learned quickly that passing near it offered no advantage. Over time, maps reflected this reality. Routes bent away slightly, then more noticeably. What began as a minor detour became standard practice. Dunwich was not marked as dangerous, it was simply omitted. Settlements formed where land supported agriculture or salvage. Dunwich supported neither. Its soil bore no unique fertility. Its ruins offered no shelter. Its depths remained sealed behind water and collapse. There was nothing to build upon. As communities expanded, they encountered Dunwich only at the edges of awareness. It became a reference point used to describe distance rather than destination. A place you passed near, not a place you went to. This peripheral status shaped how the site was remembered. It did not accumulate history. No battles were fought there. No treaties signed. No leaders rose or fell in its shadow. It remained absent from the events that defined post-war life. The land itself reinforced this absence. Vegetation reclaimed the surface unevenly, masking entrances and erasing signs of prior activity. The mine's scars softened under time and weather. What remained visible appeared no different from countless other abandoned industrial sites. Yet beneath this surface, the deeper structures persisted unchanged. The land above adjusted without disturbing what lay below. The builder's integration with geology ensured that surface change did not propagate downward. This separation allowed Dunwich to exist alongside human recovery without intersecting it. The Commonwealth rebuilt itself in layers above a layer it did not acknowledge. Some settlers sensed this indirectly. They spoke of areas where orientation felt uncertain, where distance seemed deceptive. These comments rarely focused on Dunwich itself. They were generalized observations about the land. Without clear cause, such impressions faded. People adapted, as humans do. They learned which paths felt stable and which did not. They avoided uncertainty without naming it. This avoidance did not require fear, it required only experience. The absence of settlement near Dunwich was thus not the result of superstition or taboo. It was the result of practicality. The land offered no reason to stay. As generations passed, this practicality became tradition. Routes were inherited, detours normalized. Dunwich remained outside, lived geography. This exclusion preserved the site's isolation more effectively than any barrier. Without traffic, there was no disturbance. Without disturbance, the site remained dormant. The Commonwealth's institutions grew elsewhere. Markets formed, alliances shifted, power structures rose and fell. Dunwich remained untouched by these cycles. Its continued irrelevance ensured that it was not drawn into conflict. Raiders did not fortify it, militias did not patrol it, factions did not claim it. In a land defined by scarcity, irrelevance is safety. The deeper chambers did not call out, they did not draw attention. They remained sealed behind collapse and water, inaccessible without effort. Those few who sought them out did so individually, without support or infrastructure. Their visits left no trace. They did not return with stories that spread. This pattern reinforced marginality. Without narrative, there was no attraction. Without attraction, there was no return. The Commonwealth adapted around Dunwich as water flows around stone. Not because the stone resists forcefully, but because it does not invite contact. The site did not need defense. It relied on absence. As roads formed and maps stabilized, Dunwich became a blank space. Not marked, not labeled, not explained. It existed as a gap in knowledge rather than a point of interest. This gap did not trouble those who lived above it. The Commonwealth had many such gaps. Dunwich was one among many, easily ignored. Yet unlike other forgotten places, Dunwich did not degrade into obscurity through decay. It remained intact beneath the surface, unchanged. The builder's choice of location ensured this outcome. By selecting land that would not become central to human activity, they preserved their work without interference. This preservation was not accidental. It reflects understanding of human behavior. Humans build where resources and stability exist. They avoid what offers neither. Dunwich offered neither. Thus, it remained untouched not through concealment, but through alignment with human priorities. The Commonwealth's rebirth occurred around it, not because of it. The site did not influence settlement patterns overtly. It simply did not fit into them. In time, Dunwich became a constant absence, a place that existed without presence. The land adapted, humans adapted, the site remained. This quiet coexistence ensured longevity. Dunwich did not need to be hidden. It needed only to be unimportant. And so it was. As the Commonwealth moved forward, Dunwich remained beneath it, unchanged, unclaimed, and unconsidered, not avoided, not feared, simply not needed. And in that lack of need, the builder's work endured, preserved by irrelevance as effectively as by stone. The land moved on. Dunwich did not. It stayed where it had always been, waiting without expectation, holding its form beneath paths that no longer led to it. The Commonwealth rebuilt itself above a mystery it did not acknowledge, and that mystery remained intact precisely because it never demanded to be known. With Dunwich absorbed into the margins of the Commonwealth, its unanswered nature became part of its permanence. Questions persisted, yet none advanced. Each attempt to understand the site arrived at the same boundary, then stopped. This repetition did not resolve uncertainty, it preserved it. The mystery endured not because it was protected or concealed, but because it did not offer traction. There were no discoveries that shifted interpretation. no new evidence that reframed assumptions. Each visit produced the same results: subtle disorientation, quiet stillness, absence of explanation. This consistency discouraged escalation. Curiosity thrives on variation. Dunwich provided none. Its refusal to change ensured that investigation remained inconclusive. Those who approached the site with expectation left disappointed. Those who entered without expectation left uncertain. Neither outcome encouraged return. The site did not reward persistence. This lack of reward distinguishes Dunwich from other mysteries. Many unknown places attract repeated attention because they promise resolution. Dunwich promised nothing. It delivered only experience without insight. Over time, this quality shaped how the question itself was asked. Instead of asking who built Dunwich, observers began to ask why the question remained unanswered. The focus shifted from the site to the limits of inquiry. The question persisted because it could not be answered within existing frameworks. Each framework collapsed under scrutiny. Archaeology found no culture, history found no records, engineering found no function, psychology found no pathology. Without a framework, inquiry stalled. This stalling did not frustrate the site, it frustrated observers. Dunwich remained unaffected by interpretation or lack thereof. The site did not accumulate mystery through complexity, it accumulated it through simplicity. Everything present was visible, nothing was hidden behind layers of symbolism or deception. The absence itself was complete. This completeness prevented reinterpretation. There were no new angles to explore, no alternative narratives to pursue. The mystery remained static. Static mysteries do not escalate. They fade into background noise. And yet, Dunwich did not disappear entirely. It remained known as unknown. Its name carried unresolved weight. This weight did not grow heavier with time. It remained constant. The question persisted not because it demanded answer, but because it resisted forgetting. It occupied a narrow space between relevance and obscurity. People remembered Dunwich existed. They did not remember why it mattered. This partial remembrance ensured continuity. The site was not lost, but it was not pursued. The builders, if they intended this outcome, succeeded. They created something that would not provoke obsession or fear. They created something that would not inspire myth or cult. They created something that would be encountered, then set aside. The question of who built Dunwich thus became a placeholder. It marked the limit of understanding rather than the beginning of discovery. Each generation arrived at the same conclusion. There was nothing more to learn. This conclusion did not answer the question. It ended the search. The absence of progression ensured that Dunwich remained unchanged in human consciousness. It did not evolve into legend. It did not become taboo. It remained quietly unresolved. The Commonwealth's attention moved elsewhere. New conflicts emerged. New mysteries arose. Dunwich remained static. This static quality is rare. Most unanswered questions either fade or transform. Dunwich did neither. It remained unanswered in the same way it had always been, without escalation, without resolution. The question did not grow louder. It did not demand response. It simply remained present. This presence did not disrupt daily life. It did not alter behavior beyond avoidance. It did not influence decisions. The site existed beneath everything else, both physically and conceptually. In this position, the mystery served a function without being one. It demonstrated that some questions persist because they cannot be integrated into existing systems of thought. Dunwich did not challenge beliefs. It did not confront assumptions directly. It bypassed them. The question of who built Dunwich persisted because it was never framed in a way that allowed answer. It asked for attribution when none was provided. This lack of attribution was not a puzzle to solve. It was a condition to accept. Those who accepted it moved on. Those who did not found nothing more. The site did not change in response to scrutiny. It did not reveal hidden layers. It did not escalate effects. This refusal to engage ensured that the mystery did not grow, it remained contained. Contained mysteries do not dominate narratives, they occupy footnotes. Dunwich became such a footnote, known, acknowledged, and left alone. This outcome preserved the site more effectively than secrecy or defense ever could. Without attention, there was no destruction. The builder's work endured not because it was protected, but because it was uninteresting to exploit. The question persisted because it had nowhere to go. It could not be answered. It could not be disproven. It could not be reframed. It remained suspended. This suspension is the defining characteristic of Dunwич's mystery. It does not deepen. It does not resolve. It simply remains. The site does not invite reinterpretation. It does not encourage discovery. It waits without anticipation. The unanswered question thus becomes part of the site's structure. It is not separate from Dunwich. It is embedded within it. Just as the chambers do not guide movement, the mystery does not guide inquiry. Both exist without direction. The Commonwealth accommodates this without difficulty. It holds many such gaps. Dunwich is one of them. The persistence of the question does not indicate failure of understanding. It indicates the presence of something that was not meant to be understood. The builders did not leave behind a riddle, they left behind a condition. That condition ensures that the question remains unanswered, not because it is complex, but because it is irrelevant to the site's existence. Dunwich does not require explanation to persist, and so the question lingers, unchanged, generation after generation. Who built Dunwich? It remains asked not because it expects answer, but because it marks the boundary where understanding ends. Beyond that boundary, Dunwich continues quietly, unaffected by curiosity, unchanged by time. The question stays, the site stays, nothing more is required. When viewed against the broader history of the Commonwealth, Dunwich occupies a unique position. It does not belong to the pre-war world, though it existed beneath it. It does not belong to the post-war world, though it persists within it. It stands apart from every major narrative that defines the region's past, present, and future. The Commonwealth's history is marked by cycles of construction and collapse. Settlements rise, expand, and fall into ruin. Institutions form, fracture, and disappear. Each phase leaves behind visible remnants that can be traced and contextualized. Dunwich does not participate in this cycle. It neither rises nor falls. It simply remains. In this sense, Dunwich may be the Commonwealth's oldest story, not because it is the earliest event, but because it has endured unchanged while everything else transformed around it. It predates known systems of power, technology, and belief, yet it is not consumed by them. The pre-war era introduced vast infrastructure across the region. Roads, factories, vaults, and research facilities reshaped the landscape. These developments were ambitious, visible, and documented. They were designed to assert control over the land. Dunwich existed beneath all of it, unaffected by ambition or failure. When the Great War erased the surface world, it did so indiscriminately. Cities burned, institutions collapsed, entire ways of life vanished in moments. Dunwich endured. Its chambers absorbed shock and radiation without alteration. It did not need shelter. It was already sheltered by depth and design. Post-war society rebuilt itself from fragments. Survivors scavenged, adapted, and re-established patterns of life. New settlements formed with different priorities. Scarcity replaced abundance. Yet Dunwich remained irrelevant to survival. It did not offer shelter, resources, or advantage. It did not become part of recovery. Thus, Dunwich exists outside every defining chapter of Commonwealth history. It does not align with progress or decay. It does not symbolize triumph or loss. It does not serve as warning or hope. It exists before narrative and after consequence. This positioning challenges how history is usually understood. We tend to measure significance through impact. Events matter because they change outcomes. Dunwich does not change outcomes. It persists regardless of them. The site does not influence politics, economics, or culture in sustained ways. It does not alter trade routes significantly. It does not inspire movements. It does not shape ideology. Its influence is contained and fleeting. It touches individuals briefly, then releases them unchanged. This lack of impact might suggest insignificance, yet Dunwitch's endurance suggests something else. It represents continuity beyond human relevance. Most stories are preserved because they matter to someone. Dunwich does not matter in this way. It is not preserved through memory or tradition. It is preserved through indifference. This indifference allows it to outlast everything else. When future historians look back on the Commonwealth, they will see layers of activity: pre-war expansion, nuclear devastation, post-war adaptation. Dunwich will appear as a constant beneath these layers, untouched by narrative. It does not fit into timelines. It does not anchor dates. It does not provide context. It simply exists. In this way, Dunwich resembles geological features more than human structures. Mountains do not participate in history. Rivers persist through eras. Dunwich shares this quality of permanence. Yet unlike natural formations, Dunwich was shaped. It bears evidence of intention. It was placed, not formed accidentally. This combination of intention and indifference is what sets Dunwich apart. It is purposeful without being meaningful in human terms. The builders created something that would endure without explanation. They did not tie it to events. They did not embed it within systems that would decay. They created a structure that could survive the end of the world without becoming a relic. This survival does not elevate Dunwich to importance. It renders it irrelevant in a different way. It exists outside significance. The Commonwealth's oldest stories are those that persist without being told. Dunwich is one of them. It does not announce age through erosion or ruin. It does not demand reverence. It does not claim authority. It remains unchanged while meaning shifts above it. This constancy offers a perspective rarely available. It reveals that not all constructions are part of history as humans define it. Some exist alongside history without entering it. Dunwich stands as evidence of this parallel existence. A structure that was present before recorded history, survived its collapse, and remains after its rebirth. Its presence does not require acknowledgement. It does not depend on recognition. It is older than the Commonwealth not because it predates settlement, but because it exists outside the cycles that define settlement. It is older than war, not because it was built before conflict, but because conflict does not apply to it. It is older than civilization, not because it was built by something ancient, but because civilization does not shape it. This distinction reframes the idea of age. Dunwich is not ancient in the way ruins are ancient. It is timeless in the sense that time does not diminish it. The builders did not leave behind a story to be told. They left behind something that would not require retelling. In doing so, they ensured that Dunwich would persist as the Commonwealth's quiet constant, a place that does not change as everything else does. The surface world will continue to shift. Settlements will rise and fall. Power will consolidate and dissolve. Narratives will be written and forgotten. Dunwich will remain beneath all of it, unchanged. It will not become more mysterious with time. It will not become clearer. It will simply continue to exist. And in that continued existence, it becomes the Commonwealth's oldest story. Not because it began first, but because it has never ended. A story without chapters, a structure without history, a presence without explanation. Dunwich remains, holding its place beneath the land, enduring through eras that pass above it, without ever touching what lies below. In the absence of answers, clarity can sometimes be found by defining boundaries, not what Dunwich is, but what it is not. Over time, repeated observation and failed interpretation narrowed the field of possibility. Certain explanations could be dismissed with confidence, not through discovery, but through contradiction. Dunwich is not a vault. It does not conform to vault tech design, purpose, or philosophy. Vaults are engineered for habitation, experimentation, and control. They contain life support systems, living quarters, social structures, and documented intent. Dunwich contains none of these. It does not support life. It does not observe it. It does not record outcomes. Dunwich is not a weapon. There is no evidence of destructive capability. It does not emit energy, radiation, or force. Its influence is subtle and contained, producing no lasting harm. Weapons are designed to change conditions. Dunwich leaves conditions unchanged. It is not a research facility. There are no laboratories, instruments, or data repositories. Research requires iteration, measurement, and adjustment. Dunwich shows no signs of modification or refinement. It is static, not experimental. It is not a settlement. There are no dwellings, no communal spaces, no infrastructure for sustenance. Settlements reflect social organization. Dunwich reflects none. It is not a temple. Though comparisons to ritual spaces arise, they fail under scrutiny. Temples communicate belief through symbol, alignment, and repetition of use. Dunwich communicates nothing. It does not direct attention toward meaning. It does not frame experience as sacred or profane. It is not a tomb. There are no remains, no memorialization, no indication of death or remembrance. Tombs preserve memory. Dunwich preserves nothing. It is not a monument. Monuments assert presence and legacy. They are meant to be seen. Dunwich is concealed, indifferent to discovery. It is not infrastructure. It does not support movement, trade, or power. Infrastructure integrates into systems. Dunwich exists outside them. It is not unfinished. There are no incomplete sections or signs of halted construction. Everything appears resolved. It is not decayed. Time has not reduced it to ruin. Its form remains stable. It is not adaptive. It does not respond to change. It remains the same regardless of era or intrusion. These exclusions matter because they remove familiar frameworks. Each framework imposes expectations that Dunwich does not meet. By eliminating them, what remains is a structure that does not belong to any known category. This categorical resistance is not accidental. It is consistent. Every attempt to assign Dunwich a role collapses. The site does not exist to serve. It does not exist to protect. It does not exist to warn or instruct. It exists. This existence without role frustrates interpretation because it violates assumptions about intentional creation. We assume builders act to achieve outcomes. Dunwich suggests that creation can occur without such outcomes. The builders did not leave behind clues to mislead. They left behind nothing to interpret. This absence ensures that speculation cannot converge. The site does not allow reduction. It cannot be simplified into metaphor or allegory. It resists narrative compression. Dunwich is not evidence of a lost civilization in the conventional sense. Lost civilizations leave patterns, artifacts, influence. Dunwich leaves none. It is not evidence of divine or supernatural intervention. There is no miracle, no revelation, no judgment. The site does not interact morally or spiritually. It is not hostile. It does not punish entry. It does not trap or threaten. It is not benevolent. It does not comfort or guide. It does not seek relationship. By defining what Dunwich is not, a clearer picture emerges. It occupies a category without name, a structure without role. This nameless category is unsettling because it undermines the assumption that everything must fit into human systems of meaning. Dunwich demonstrates that something can be built without being part of a story. The builders did not leave behind a legacy. They left behind a presence. This presence does not demand recognition. It does not escalate conflict. It does not alter destiny. It remains irrelevant to survival and power. In the post-war world, irrelevance is rare. Almost everything becomes contested or claimed. Dunwich does not. Its uselessness protects it. By being nothing humans need, it avoids destruction. By being nothing humans fear, it avoids defense. By being nothing humans understand, it avoids appropriation. This triple absence ensures longevity. The site's refusal to be anything familiar preserves it more effectively than secrecy or strength. Dunwich cannot be dismantled for parts. It cannot be studied into submission. It cannot be mythologized into purpose. It remains outside. This outside position may be the builders' greatest achievement. They created something immune to categorization. The question of who built Dunwich remains unanswered because the structure itself refuses to participate in the question. It does not point back to a builder. It does not carry identity. It carries only form, and that form does not translate into meaning. By eliminating what Dunwich is not, the mystery becomes sharper rather than smaller. What remains is not an answer, but a void where answers should be. This void is not empty. It is occupied by structure, by stone, by presence, but it is empty of explanation. Dunwich does not fit into the world humans built above it. It does not belong to our systems. It exists beneath them, unchanged. In this way, defining what Dunwich is not does not solve the mystery, it reinforces it. The site remains outside language, outside function, outside narrative. It is not lost. It is not hidden. It is simply not what we expect anything to be, and that may be the clearest understanding available. Dunwich is not something to be explained. It is something that exists without explanation. And in that existence, it continues to resist every attempt to become something else. At the end of inquiry, one truth remains unaltered. The builders of Dunwich remain unnamed, not because evidence was destroyed or knowledge suppressed, but because no trace of identity was ever left behind. The site does not point backward. It does not reference origin. It does not carry authorship. Every structure humans create bears markers of self, style, technique, repetition, signature. Even the most anonymous construction reveals its makers through habit and constraint. Dunwich reveals none. Its form does not align with known methods. Its material does not reflect cultural preference. Its layout does not imply social structure. This absence of authorship is not accidental. It is consistent across every aspect of the site. The builders did not forget to leave their mark. They chose not to. In human history, anonymity is rare. Builders seek recognition, control, or legacy. Dunwich rejects all three. It does not commemorate. It does not assert. It does not remember. The builders did not embed their identity in stone. They embedded absence. This absence ensures that the site cannot be claimed. Without an author, there is no lineage to inherit, no culture to reconstruct, no ideology to revive. The site remains unattached. Attempts to assign identity inevitably project human frameworks onto something that resists them. Pre-human, post-human, none fully apply. The builders remain outside classification because classification depends on reference. Dunwich offers none. This refusal to identify does not feel defensive. It feels complete. The site does not guard itself. It does not obscure. It simply does not answer. The builders did not leave behind a puzzle to be solved. They left behind a structure that does not require solution. This distinction matters. Puzzles invite engagement. Dunwich does not. The question of who built it persists only because humans ask it. The site itself does not support the question. It does not validate it. In this way, Dunwich stands apart from ruins, relics, and artifacts. Those objects demand interpretation. They invite reconstruction of lost narratives. Dunwich does neither. It does not want to be known, or perhaps knowing was never relevant. The builders may not have conceived of identity as something to preserve. They may not have measured existence through recognition or memory. Their priorities remain inaccessible. What remains accessible is the result. A structure that persists without context. An environment that alters perception without intent to communicate. This result does not diminish with time. It does not decay into obscurity. It does not gain meaning through age. It remains unchanged. The absence of a builder's name is not a gap in knowledge, it is a feature of the site. Dunwich does not exist to be attributed, it exists to remain. The mine, the war, the survivors, the Commonwealth itself have all passed through cycles of creation and destruction. Dunwich has not. It does not belong to any chapter of history. It is not part of progress or decline. It exists beneath both. The builders are unnamed because naming them would impose a narrative they did not provide. It would reduce something complete into something interpretable. Dunwich resists reduction. It resists ownership, explanation, and resolution. The site does not become clearer when examined. It becomes more defined in its refusal. This refusal is not hostile, it is neutral. It does not challenge, it does not provoke. It simply remains. In this remaining, Dunwich preserves the question without answering it. Who built Dunwich? The site offers no response. The stone does not speak. The chambers do not indicate. The object at the deepest point does not acknowledge the inquiry. The builders remain absent not because they vanished, but because they were never present in the way humans expect presence. They did not stay. They did not leave behind selves. They left behind form. Form without name. Form without origin. Form without explanation. This form endures beneath the Commonwealth, unaffected by curiosity or neglect. The question remains unanswered because it was never meant to be answered. Dunwich does not belong to human understanding. It does not need to. It exists, complete, without context. And so the builders remain unnamed, not lost to time, but irrelevant to it. The mystery does not resolve, it stabilizes. Dunwich remains, and with it, the quiet certainty that some things were built without any intention of ever being understood. The land holds the structure holds its silence. The builders remain absent, and the question, unchanged, rests quietly above stone that will never answer it. As the Commonwealth settles into silence once more, Dunwich remains where it has always been. Beneath the ruins of cities and the slow return of vegetation, its chambers persist without acknowledgement or need. The land above continues to change, shaped by conflict, survival, and rebuilding, while the stone below remains untouched by consequence. No record preserves its origin, no witness recalls its creation. It does not demand explanation, and it does not invite resolution. The question of who built Dunwich lingers not because it awaits an answer, but because it resists one. It stands as a reminder that not all structures belong to history as it is remembered, and not all creations are meant to be understood. Some exist without purpose that can be named, without function that can be used, and without authorship that can be claimed. In a world defined by loss and reconstruction, Dunwich offers something different. It offers continuity without narrative, presence without meaning, and endurance without memory. As you rest, let the unanswered question remain where it belongs, settled quietly beneath layers of stone and time. There is nothing left to uncover, nothing left to resolve. The land holds its secret, and the silence endures.